Welcome to a special session of our backlog catch-ups that we occasionally do in Mario Maker 2 here on the stream. Today we are commemorating 10 years since the launch of Wii U and therefore New Super Mario Bros. U in its original form on the 18th of November 2012. It has been quite some time, with Mario Maker, I guess, having come in just a few years after that in its original iteration as well. So, to celebrate that, we're just going to run through a series of levels in my personal backlog and a curated selection of unplayed levels here and there by makers that I know and trust, and perhaps some other levels besides, depending on time and interest, that are all going to be in the New Super Mario Bros. U theme, which of course a lot of people in the Maker community affectionately refer to as New Soup. Well, it's 10-year-old soup at this point, and we're going to see a fairly broad selection of what people have done with the various platforming mechanics that are available. Beginning with one of the technical wizards of this game, Nabuz, who back in 2020 released a level called Don't Forget to Stretch. This was March 2020, before the final patch in Mario Maker 2. And using a very underused enemy, I think, the Stretch Boo, that occurs when you bind a boo to a ground tile. The description says it's an attic crawling with stretches. Get a key with some tricky platforming, which is exactly what we'll do. Let's play. And Mario, welcome in. Alright, let's not forget to stretch. We have a key door here. We have a pipe here that's likely to reverse me back in. I don't think it's vulnerable to a wall jump given the spacing, and besides, I think the Boo would have something to say about that, so. Notice the movement of the Boo bound to the ground tiles, but not to the semi-solid. That's going to be something very important, that we need to think of semi-solids as safe points that are going to stop. Particularly if we wind up in situations like these. Or like those. That's okay, we just need to be a little more cautious. But yeah, in general, if we go for the semi-solid openings, they will be safe. And we need to watch out for the ones with wings. They have a slightly different movement pattern, as you can see. Whoa. That could have gone badly. And up we go. A lot of wall jumping to be had. As we very unintentionally slip off from time to time. Now let's get into the next room. Okay, what are we doing here? We're going down low. Gotta love those sets of 3 that have been set up here. Using the combination of winged and non-winged boos, if I'm not mistaken. We'll take a closer look at those to see how they've been set up. Actually, no, they're all winged. They're all winged, and their quick movement, combined with, I think, probably the placement on tiles conjoining each other vertically, is how that effect is being created. The thing is, a lot of Stretch Boo tech is actually relatively unknown to the community at large, and also somewhat unknown to me, in terms of what you can do with the element, because once again, it is so rarely seen, and this was made back in 2020. I can't say I've seen that many stretch-based levels since then. Oops, trying to land there ahead of time and then jump. We probably should have gone towards the wall first to time a wall slide and jump instead. Chai tea latte, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's move on up, trying to avoid making the same mistake in that spot here. Semi-solid, as we know, is safe. So we'll just hang out here for a moment and stall. That's going to be a series of wall jumps. I knew that, we just didn't approach that very safely. Speaking of which, I should actually type out the level codes in chat, since we do have a custom selection in case anybody wants to join in, since I do not have this plugged into the bot. And also, I see that sound is already dead. We're trying to avoid production problems like that today. I did have a solution to that, but apparently it has failed me. So just one moment, we'll try to fix things up. We're still kind of adapting here. We did have a good solution to our pervasive sound problems last week, and it worked very smoothly. We're just kind of testing the limits of what I can do with it. Moment. Alright, let's try it again. Let's see if we are going to be doing any better. Do let me know, as always, if there are any production issues that I should be aware of. Or player issues, for that matter, like slamming right into the boo in that location. We'll try to get things sorted out as promptly as possible. Now, let's get back to where we were. And let's see. Yeah, let's maybe not try to rush that. I did previously go from the top platform just fine without any issues, but that might be just a little bit too risky for what we mean to do here. Semi-solid is safe, as we determined before. Oh, whoops, tried to stall there and dance around that boo knowing that it was coming, but unfortunately the prediction was slightly off. Also, I really need to get into the habit of going right into that pipe. I always second guess myself and try to run left. We all have these little perceptual habits with where we think checkpoints are going to be relative to whether they are placed before or after the pipe. Anyway, this is going to be safe. We are obviously going to go for the optional tin coin because we're reckless, and that's going to be the result. I mean, it's there to be taken, so we're going to take it for no particular reason. Notice that this section is also right to left, which is probably why I'm always a little thrown off when I get back to the checkpoint, because having been conditioned by where I just died to think in right to left turns, I just sort of immediately head that way out of habit. Which is the opposite of the problem I usually have, which is that instinctively, even if I run into a checkpoint in a right to left section, sometimes I will just go left or right instead without really thinking about where I am, and completely losing track of where I was in the level at the time that I touched the checkpoint. As you can see, still kind of correcting that habit there. Okay. Bad landing there. We could have gone, once again, directly for the bridge. Always have to correct myself once again. Yeah, these boos kind of swap between top and bottom, and that's something that we have to keep an eye on. As I was saying, this is going to be an all-new soup, an all-soup special. Today's special, the soup of the day, the new soup of the day. And one of the things that we should pay attention to here are some of the mechanics that are associated with the game. Noticeably, and very prominently, the air stall that is just the bread and butter of aerial mechanics in this theme. I am by no means a specialist in this style. In fact, I'm quite poor at some of the advanced platforming mechanics, like the ground pound cancels, and other things that also make this style extremely popular among people who play Kaizo or Precision. And Tactics47, happy Friday to you as well. I hope you're doing fine. Alright, let's get over here. And let's see what we have. Okay, continuing back where we left off in this wall jump sequence where I'm always going just a little bit too high. I suppose we've become conditioned by far too many levels that are generous enough to give us something like a one-way panel for safety, but nope, this is going to involve a lot more height control than that. And so, we'll just jump around and then take a moment to breathe. Come down a little bit lower, and oh, too low that time. Yeah, sliding down a wall is not a bad idea, but we came in just a little bit low in general in that sequence that time. Oh, Spencer 2B, welcome back. Hope you've been doing fine. Escaping all of the rooms that you need to escape. Okay, we went for that 10 coin rather recklessly last time. We'll probably do so again this time. Whoop, look at that. That was a very near thing. Oh, look at that, right before the checkpoint flag. I completely misread that landing. At least we proved that we could get 10 coin. That was the thing I really wanted to do. And whether we obtained it or not, that would not have helped me in that sequence. Whoop. And there we are again. Alright, let's see how we're doing this time. Let's make another series of jumps. And we'll just stall here for a moment to just reorient ourselves and then continue to play like somebody who is definitely not a speedrunner. And let's continue. And there we are. Okay. We've proven what we need to with a 10 coin. I guess we can just continue. Not that we are going to meet with much more success that way. So watch out for that boo at the bottom there. I think that's what the vine is for, in fact. We should have been clinging onto that vine and dropping off of it strategically. I kind of second-guessed myself there on the way down, and we saw exactly what happened as a result. Let's maybe proceed a bit more cautiously. Okay, let's go. Yeah, the boos take their time to swap between top and bottom in that first segment because they're not doubled up on either side like the way they are in many of these later obstacles. And so we can occasionally afford to be patient within reason. Let's wait for this. And maybe wait for the boo to drop. There we go, checkpoint. Nice placement over there. Now we just go for the wall jumps. This is going to be a very conveniently placed vine. Nice thing about the vines here is that some of them have great utility and some of them are clearly here more for decoration. But you have a great deal of freedom as a player to use them in an emergency. And so I quite like their placement throughout the level. I mean, many of the vine placements are clearly not going to be useful. They're not really going to be something you approach or have a reason to jump towards. but they create just enough of a sense of an environment here that it kind of feels like you're using the environment to your advantage in a very dynamic and improvisational fashion. And I like that quite a great deal about this level. Just little touches like that. Whereas I think sometimes in Mario Maker there's a tendency to almost be a little too precise about making sure everything is clearly distinguished as either aesthetic or very functional and purposive. And it's nice to have elements that are both, so it kind of feels like you're using the decoration and the space to your advantage. And a lot of these vine placements are clearly put there to keep those options available for you, just to give you a little bit of extra safety. Now let's watch out for these boos here. As far as, whoops, timing goes, that was a bit of a slip. Going to be a bit of a reach with this wall jump. I don't think we have room to go triple jump here, unfortunately. Hold it purposive, yeah. I should have gotten that definition bot up and running, actually. In case you want a challenge. But... 1 second. Let's adjudicate this. I have to get the bot up first. I know you're just putting it on hold, but I'm curious. Okay. Well, that sorts that out. Once again, refer to what I said earlier about instinctively just wanting to go left to right when I'm supposed to go right to left, which is the opposite of the problem we had in checkpoint 1. And down we go. Alright, this is the tricky bit. Maybe I'm just supposed to go over instead of doing it with the wall jump. We'll consider it 5-point challenge. And just be very lenient about that. It is absolutely my turn, though. Anyway, let's head over here. Is there a boo under me here? No, but there is a key, which I suppose would take all the way back to the beginning of the level once we pop out of this pipe. So here we go. And let's see what lies beyond. Okay, one final segment here. This is going to be a series of wall jumps for sure, I think. There's no way I'm going over that. Oh, not liking that. I mean, that is the way to do it, but it seemed like the height wasn't quite right. We'll try it again. Okay, that's going a little more smoothly. Did we previously? Yeah, we just decided to go straight over. There we go. Much better. And then all the way over once again, and we just need to pull back a little bit at the end. And let's see what lies beyond. Once more. There we go. Very tight fit there, but we made it. This is going to be another wall slide once we get around to it. Nope. Should have done a bit more of a slide on the way down. Trusting that our hitbox would still be safe. Okay, now let's continue. Once again, just going to get reoriented, and then whoops. Nope. I knew that was going to happen. We just needed to pull back slightly. But then, here we go. Another thing I quite like about this level is how much interest it still manages to squeeze out of adhering to relatively traditional Mario conventions when it comes to player flexibility and spacing. Feels more Mario style than Maker style, if you know what I mean. And at this kind of moderate level of challenge, that's kind of increasingly hard to find. Partly because Mario Maker's conventions have matured into a state that has, I guess, become more specifically targeted in terms of audience, perhaps. I think there's still a great deal of interest in levels like these, though, from a player's perspective, in that, you know, they feel completely familiar to veterans of official Nintendo Mario, while still exploiting a lot of Maker-specific features, like the logic behind how the stretches work in this game, relative to their placement in the editor. This level looks like it would be fun to optimize for speed. Yeah, absolutely. It goes under a minute. I've been stalling quite a lot in several places, as you can see. I don't think there's a way to just directly go to the pipe at the beginning. The spacing doesn't quite seem to work for that, but there we go. Works out quite well. But yeah, as you can see, I'm stalling in quite a few places, and everything is pretty deterministic here. We need to remember to do a bit of an additional slide. Or maybe just spin jump out of that one. We should actually do wall spin out of that jump to go horizontally. That should have been the first solution that came to mind for me, and we just didn't really think about it. But it's significantly better in that spot to do a wall spin. And I think that's absolutely right now that I look at it with a fresh set of eyes. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Back up. And a pretty relaxed experience to get back to where we were. Alright, let's try it again. And let's remember what we want to do this time. That was maybe a bit too much of an air stall in terms of gaining more height than I should have. Also, yeah, sound has been dead for a while again, hasn't it? It's been a little bit glitchy. I'm hoping that it will kind of get itself sorted out. Just a second. I know it's maybe being a little bit inconsistent. We'll fix it up. Like I said, we did have a fix for this last week. It has not been cooperating as much today. But let's try it again. And then it will hopefully be a little more reliable now. Okay. Now, where were we? Just right here. Whoop. Nope. Had a bit of a slip there. And then down we go. All right. Now forward. And this area is reasonably relaxed. You do still have to be cautious about a few things, but The spacing is quite generous. Okay, this here again. Let's remember not to overshoot too much here. There we are. You were clearly able to hear the pause menu chime, but wasn't able to hear any game audio before or after. Yeah, no, there's a specific thing that's happening that I'm aware of, and it's a little tricky to mitigate on my current setup. I'm basically on a very aging computer that probably shouldn't be what I use for streaming purposes, but once the CPU passes a certain temperature threshold, I have some performance throttling that tends to hit the audio first if I'm in the middle of streaming. And so I'm always trying to monitor the temperature on my computer, actually, and just trying to keep everything cool, and also just try to run a very lean setup here. It has worked in the past, but today kind of glitching out a little bit, so we'll hopefully not have too many problems. And we will not forget to stretch. So, not even close to the record, as you can see here, but this level has been kicking around since 2020. Plenty of competition for that. So that was Don't Forget to Stretch by Nabuz. Now, as I was saying, we do have a pretty considerable playlist today. A custom playlist, mostly of levels that I have meant to look at for a long time, and all selected with the NSMBU theme in mind today. So, we'll be bringing up another one in just a moment, if I can dig up the code. One moment while I rummage about in my notes, where I've jotted down tons of codes to work with. And we have another older one, I think. Well, see if we can bring that in. A lot of these by makers that I've played for a very long time, and I just tended to miss a few levels here and there. This one is by Miss Yarrow, who is somebody who's been very active in the maker scene going back to Maker 1. I've played a lot of these levels in both Maker 1 and 2, but somehow missed this one along the way. Sometimes they can be very thematically interesting, and usually involve a lot of things like entity limit trickery. And this one's going to be on the easier side in terms of clear rate, but we'll see what it actually involves. It's called Sundown. Our sun is wanting to set, but these pesky boys are playing games with her. Let's see what that's all about. Okay, big cloud here. And that looks very ominous. You can see that a spike ball is placed as though it were there to just make the cloud look as large as possible. Which is apparently just how clouds work in New Mushroom Kingdom. Anyway, we can pop away through and then let the spike ball do its job and bump itself off. What have we got here? Spike ball will do its job once again. It will hit the off switch. Ah, we need to bump this, actually. I think the current... yeah, the spike was entity blocked, as I was saying. Lots of entity-based mechanics in Yarrow levels. Often in ways that are a bit unusual compared to a lot of other makers will work with them. Notice that that spike ball was well within my hitbox. And let's continue. Okay, so we need to unblock the entity limit. And then... no, we don't want the POW, we want the off switch. We will need to reload through this room. I knew that, we just didn't face him in a correct direction. Because I took out the spike ball on the wrong side to begin with. You do have to face the spike before release the entity limit, or he will not turn. He'll get into his throwing state instantly. I thought I could have time to just run around him, but it was obviously not the case. Anyway, lots of opportunities to get new hats in the event that you should lose yours. That's why the level has been fairly gentle to us thus far. Now, we'll be able to kill the spike with the on-off switch, but why would we want to do that when we want to hit... Oh no, because we want to swap it over to this side, it'll hit the POW, get rid of the muncher, so yeah, it'll just be a straight swap, assuming that spike comes out of this end as well. And he will. The other one will hit the block, and that will just give me a key. Pretty straightforward. Okay. So now we just need to send a spike ball all the way across, but not too far. And then, as for the 50 coin, I think we just need to get up here and be absolutely reckless. And we'll continue. Okay. One-up mushroom would have been able to... Yeah. Hang on. Let's do this again. Oh, except the brick will stay dead because it's not something that contains... Oh, yeah. It looks like it does contain a vine, so it'll refresh in position, and so we just need to knock out as many of these as we can until the mushroom comes down. And here we go. Yeah, we will give ourselves access to taking this guy out. And then we need to give that spike ball some passage. And forward we go. Okay, P-switches. What are they all about? P-switches will take out both spikes, so we need to avoid hitting the P-switches, if I understand it. But we also need... no, we want to eventually hit the P-switch to release this brick, assuming that it's going to be a coin. Yeah, we need to send one spike ball over to the other one. Hit the P-switch, takes the other guy out. And if you let the P-switch expire before doing that, you can always reload that room through the pipe. So, this looks like a very angry face. Look at this. Angry face. Kind of a screamy, angry face. If you look at it, I wonder which other faces or expressions we have not been paying attention to in the background art so far. We obviously need to kill one and then let the other guy do his throw. I love the semi-solid color scheme of the sky theme and the way that this game is represented here. It has been observed by quite a few makers, of course, that the aesthetics that are available in the NSMBU palette in Mario Maker don't really match up to the visual quality of the original game. I mean, there are a number of reasons for that. But the sky theme is one where there's still, as you can see, just a lot of diversity when it comes to doing background color. And yeah, we will once again take one of these guys out. Can't really do anything with the seesaw there. I think that's just there to round things out down below. Oh. Ah, okay, we need to stuff this so that guy doesn't come in. Nice little micro puzzle there. And we might as well just grab the 50 coin. No reason not to, I don't think. We'll want to take out the guy on the bottom, so we release this pipe. And then another one will come out. We'll take out the guy on the right. This is very much an Entity Tech demo in many ways. Yeah, we want... Oh, no, we wanted a seesaw to send that down. Let's do that instead then. Nope. We probably wanted this to come down, and then, yeah, there we go. That's much better. Notice that it was probably possible to just toggle the on-off switch in a previous area, but no, we'll just do this instead. And what is this? We have a bone shell. I guess this was technically some kind of bonus. And we'll take it. Very gladly. Yeah, because the bone shell will allow me to stomp. This being the flagpole room, nothing can be done without the flags on the right side, but notice the use of the semi-solid shading to decorate the castle exit here. That's a nice effect. Yeah, because it's just a tint from the background semi-solids over that entire screen. The way that they overlap. Well, and Ryan, welcome. And yeah, there is a puzzle contest that is coming, involving a pretty simple to understand concept of levels that have a certain duality to them. They don't necessarily need to be one-screen puzzles. In fact, they can't just be one screen, obviously, but, you know, in terms of the size and scope of the layout, there's quite a lot of flexibility to interpret the rules. Anyway, that was Sundown by Miss Yarrow. Since we brought up the subject of the contest, let's bring up a level that is kind of akin to that theme. Let me just pull up the code here. Oh, I don't know if I actually put in the code for that last one that I played just now. I'm going to enter that in the chat as well, even though you could have seen on the screen briefly. Let me just type that in. So this is the one we just played. And I've got to dig up the one we're about to play. Let me just find it and hope it works. Great. And sound is dying like crazy again. Let's fix that up too while we're at it. Yeah, I thought I had a great fix for this last week, and it's failing like crazy today, so we'll see what we can do to mitigate that somewhat. I'm going to turn the word bot off again just in case, among other things, just to get our performance back in order. Anyway, speaking of the contest theme, we're going to take a look at this old level, very old level by Atlantis from the early months of the game. Atlantis is kind of a specialist in making levels that are fairly gentle, but also very conceptually elegant, also going back to Maker 1. I think Atlantis is actually the only maker to have participated in every year of the YMM Years of Mario Maker anniversary projects, going all the way back to 1 YMM, other than Kavik himself, of course. Atlantis was the only maker with a perfect attendance record for all 5, technically 6 editions. 5 and 6 were combined. Anyway, 2 same worlds, but the other one is filled with water, so this is kind of like what the puzzle contest is going for, at least in theory, and at least given my prior experience with Atlantis levels. Whether that's true in practice, we're about to find out. So, let's take a look. And I'll type this code in the chat as well for those who are interested in playing. For 2019 level, looks like Royru's got a long-standing record on this one, as he often does. Okay. What do we got? We have a Goomba that is not going to hit P-switches in this room, but if it is submerged in water in the other room, then yes, it will. And then the active P-switch would enable me to go through this wall. So let's see how this concept plays out. Yeah, indeed, water is going to allow me to manipulate the Goomba by having it track me. Notice, of course, that while I can go through here, I can also do this P-switch interaction again to open up the other room as well using the P-switch state. In fact, that's probably what I'll do right now just to see what happens. We'll reload into this room. Also want to see what's up here. Oh, more coins again. It is the same idea. I have to admire the meticulous attention to the star placement in the ground tiles. The ground tile doodads being what they are. Alright, let's get the Goomba to push the switch, and then we'll see if we can get there in time. Should be able to. And then, yeah, have a Spiny over here, and then it looks like this will just match up to where we were, in fact, so there's no formal advantage necessarily, but there is perhaps a speed advantage to choosing one path over another. I don't exactly know which. Probably this way's faster since you're overground. Anyway, we would need water to head up to the Fire Flower unless we found some way to deflect a shell into this area, which we won't have. Fire Flower would of course give me the ability to ground pound on this side, but not on the water side, so let's pick that up. Let's see what it gets me. Fire Flower would also allow me to nuke these, but that also doesn't get me anything particularly notable, so we'll just leave that as is, and we'll continue. Okay, down we go. Alright, looks like we would definitely want water to cross over here, because we would need to get below the Spinies to drop them in such a way that they are able to coast over and hit a switch, which they would not be able to do over lava anyway, so we'll head over here. See what this is. This level would be right at home in the ADB contest. Yeah, a lot of this older Atlantis stuff would be. I've seen a couple of these concepts that work that way. Although, of course, the actual progression through this is pretty straightforward and pretty linear when it comes down to it, but it is still conceptually, I think, a very good illustration of what ADP is theoretically going for. We will need access to the Buzzy Helmet and access to the bomb, which won't be able to do on this side just yet, but we will... Oh, we actually needed to bump the bomb from down below, then, if we could swim... Oh, we can't swim under, that's just ground underneath. In both cases, that's ground underneath, yeah, so... We do need the Buzzy Helmet to punch through... Oh, yeah, no, we just ground pound this. That's a nice solution, I quite like that. Doing the ground pound cannon stomp. Of all the bomb activations I've seen, that's not a very typical one by any means. And of course, the ability to ground pound is something that is specific to being on dry land, so let's tap this, grab one up, and continue. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be invisible blocks obstructing my passage, as expected. Unless we had found some way to perhaps get around them on the side. I think it is meant to be a hard gate, but... And indeed, if you are spawning in Yeah, notice a repeatable checkpoint as well. If you're spawning in, not at this location, but scrolling into where these are loaded, you'll notice that when we saw them initially in the other room, they were kind of off alignment with each other. Maybe it was possible to sneak through, but we're not going to play with that. We're just going to do this as intended for the moment. So yeah, they're placed in the editor in such a way that they're all in the same row in terms of starting location, but they were staggered when we loaded into the room on the water side the first time, simply as a result of how things are loaded relative to the scrolling boundary within that 4-tile margin. Anyway, Spinies galore over here. We probably shouldn't mess with that, but maybe we can play around with this side and see if this is anything. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but it does give me access to the 50 coin. And we can see how to progress over here. P-switch, yeah, we'll just take it. We'll probably take it to the other side, in fact. Although perhaps this will release something that affects the bomb. And look at that, Spinies have hit their limit. They can be bumped all over the place as well. Oh, we can totally do something with this. That might be neat. Or maybe not. Not so much. No real targets to hit, unfortunately. Okay, now. Looks like we just released this. And that will ignite the bomb. Very nice. It will only ignite the bomb on this side, because otherwise the Cheep Cheeps will just be Cheep Cheeps. Interestingly enough, we probably could steal another P-switch from the other side just to see what happens. In fact, I am going to do that just to see what happens, although I suspect that the blocks that were destroyed contained vines, and so loading out of this room would not actually be productive because you would just need to repeat the same interaction again. Alright, let's see what happens here. Skewers. Placed awkwardly enough that we're not just going to wall jump our way up or anything. We're going to swim around instead. And yeah, you'll notice that dry bones and fish bones replace each other, which is kind of in keeping with how things worked in Maker 1 when the fish bones was a dry bone state rather than a separate enemy. Natcat, this is not a super world. I've just been playing some individual selections. This is an old level from 2019 by Atlantis. But I am playing all new soup levels in Mario Maker today. Partly to clear out some backlog in a somewhat organized fashion, but also because it is the 10th anniversary of the original game's release. And yeah, would not be surprised if you've played this, given how much Mario Maker you played. I don't think this run back all the way actually will give me anything, because everything's built on the half screen. Oh, we've got 56 seconds. We better run for it, or we're going to embarrass ourselves on this 50% clear rate. A little too much exploration here, perhaps, as we get near the end. And yeah, it looks like we will have 2 POW activations that are necessary here. Or we can just go down like this. Oh, whoops. I said we can go down like this. We need to reset the POW. That's what these doors are for. Angry Wiggler there. Looks like it's very eager for a swim. Oh, there goes my helmet. Yeah, it looks like you need 2 POWs in order to get across, so 1 POW needs to go over to the other side, and we have a problem here in that we have 10 seconds remaining. And oh, yeah, no, we actually need 1 POW to brace this location to get over to the other side, so... Except, we don't need to do so in the water, because in the water side, we're able to go over just fine. So, what we're actually going to do is take a pipe... And take the water pipe over while holding the POW, because that's something that's specific to going water to dry land, which you can't do the other way around. And that's how we'll do it. Love how this level commits to the concept all the way to having the checkpoints just work as a recycled checkpoint. So their placement remains matched. Anyway, we have lost a Buzzy helmet at this point. I guess it was optional to keep it up to this location. I feel like that might be relevant to something, but... yeah, the Buzzy helmet obviously helped quite a bit with navigating the spiny area here. In terms of giving me quite a lot more flexibility to work with. Now let's do this. Let the Cheep Cheep do its thing. And swim around. Okay, let's head on up. And let's wrap around and continue. Okay, so like I was saying, we want to take a POW in from the water side. We need to escape the Wiggler while doing so, instead of dying unnecessarily in this area. There are opportunities to get additional fire flowers if we do get hit for some reason, but we will just choose not to get hit. And we should be pretty close to the end of this point. So let's head down. And oh, look at that. That was the axe. Didn't realize that, given the exit there. The exit is just a little bit of an aesthetic decoration. That's Parallel Worlds, Aqua, and Magma. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, Natcat, I actually just turned off the bot for definitions because I was starting to run into some sound problems again, and I just decided to turn off the word bot just to be extra careful here, so we might have to... I could try reactivating it, but we have had a little bit of glitchiness here, so... we'll see if things settle down first. If we don't have any problems for a while, we'll maybe think about reactivating it. Anyway, that was it for that level. Let's pick another one. We'll go back into some more intensive platforming levels at this stage, I think. Let me just check my list. We have a lot of stuff that has been sitting around unplayed on deck for quite some time, so I'll just take a moment to find a code. Yeah, that's why we're digging back into a lot of levels from previous years. There have been a lot of levels that I missed out on profiles that I've otherwise been following and playing for a very long time. One example of that would be, for instance, Document over here, a very frequent guest on this stream. And this is an older level from back in 2021, which I had somehow passed over, even though I played a great number of his creations at this point. And you can see Mang's been holding the record on this for quite a long time, perhaps. You can slide right through POWs. The more you know. Well, let's see how that looks. 0.67, that should keep us busy for a little while longer, I suppose. Alright, this is a forced ground pound. We should have continued at this point instead of stalling. Just maintain momentum. Yeah, you slide through the POW. And then just kind of need to keep momentum all the way. The twirl was probably unnecessary there. I should have just gone with a flow and bounced. And that's the thing about playing in the new soup style. It's very easy to overcorrect for things, just given the flexibility of the twirl. And you do need to pull back and control a number of these jumps. That's supposed to be a spin. That's what that Z is telling me. This was 2021, after all, when this level was uploaded, and that had yet to be so firmly associated with the advance of the Russian army. And let's... Whoops. Total miss over there. The ground pounds are going to be necessary. That's what the spike wall at the very end is meant to enforce, or at least strongly encourage. Yeah, we'll need a little bit of pulling back from time to time to ensure that we don't just land on top of a muncher. The way we've been doing. I can see why Mang has a record on this level. This is very momentum-oriented. Does not surprise me that Mang would be the record holder. And let's try it again. Okay. Pull back just slightly so we don't hit the muncher. The munchers are sometimes pretty well camouflaged. Okay, that's fun. Doing the icicle slide with everything falling on top. Maintaining the sliding state over here. Oh, totally missed the dry bones. I had a right idea right before the checkpoint flag, and the execution unfortunately left a little bit to be desired. But that was the right idea. We just missed the last dry bones in that sequence. Absolutely the right idea, though. And yeah, a bit more of a twirl to give me some distance there. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Need nice, precise landings. Good momentum control coming out of this. Document loves those blaster drops. Kind of a signature element of many of his levels. Should have checked the area above the pipe there for the standard Nintendo style 1-up. In fact, we're going to fight the wind specifically to go back and check for something like that, even though... No, didn't really expect it. Okay, let's go with the wind. Once again, I see why Mang has the record on this level. In fact, it feels like a number of more recent Mang creations, particularly the ones in New Soup, took a pretty strong inspiration from levels like this one. Not necessarily inspiration, but there's certainly a very visible kinship in style. Oh, yeah, we should go for the coins. That's what that's for. I just second-guessed that deflection there with the shell being repositioned to buy me a tiny bit more time. It's pretty readable, we just didn't read it. Let's try it again. Okay, there we go. Almost didn't see those coins up at the top. That's supposed to be a wall jump up to the 50. That's actually pretty clear. I just did a twirl at the wrong time when we were just about to slide, and that did throw me off slightly. And yeah, gotta love the desert wind here. We came in a little bit low off that jump. Should have held into that for a full bounce. But down we go. Whoa, we got the triple jump there too. And with the wind, that triple jump takes you so far forward. Oh no, I wanted to fall on top of that. We just didn't position that quite too well. I always have to remember that permanent wind is on my side. One nice thing about this segment as well is that permanent wind in NSMB Night Desert depends, of course, on the night theme, but the night theme here is completely disguised by the backing semi-solids, and so it's a nice way to use this mechanic without the space feeling quite so nocturnal, but without being quite so blank. Okay, I love this double shell here. We just didn't target the second one very accurately, despite the fact that we were given the coins once again as a targeting zone. I like the use of 3 coins as the targeting indicator, incidentally. And probably because there are positions where the shell is going to be slightly off the center there depending on the player's timing. Strongly dependent on whether the player twirls, for instance. Oh, got out of that slide too early. You don't want the player to be in a position where they aimed for the coin and still somehow missed. And so we've got a 3-coin zone instead that encourages you to still primarily watch the shell's position, even though you're given an approximate idea of what you're going to be headed for. Whoops. Once again, release the crouch too early. We shouldn't be releasing the crouch at that point. We need to slide most of the way down, if not all. Okay, here we are. Love the triple jump when we can get it. Totally optional, it's just there for style points here. And we came in a little bit low, as you can see, there are invisible blocks too. Just kind of ensure death right away, I suppose, if you come in too low. I'm thinking about what else it would be doing here in terms of cheese prevention, I guess. Better safe than sorry. Let's try it again. Very satisfying triple jump, as I keep saying. Nope, it's still over twirling a little bit there. Once again, probably because I'm not accounting for the wind in my internal calculation. Okay, let's go down. Also, I don't think I actually wrote the code down for the benefit of the chat, but I will do so now. I do have it for those who want to play along. Just need to get in a routine of doing that since we're not doing things through the viewer submission queue management, like we will do tomorrow when we run viewer levels in the usual time slot. There we go. Nice indications there too when it comes to the coins. That was supposed to be a spin. That was very obviously a spin, in fact. We just didn't pay attention. And that's very obviously not a spin. Or is it? No, it's very obviously not a spin. Yeah, as I would have noticed had I paid attention to the fact that the second shell there was going to be launched, a buzzy shell just ahead of the spiny shell. Spiny shell, once again, spin jump. Yeah, so we should be attentive to what is being launched at any given time. We do need to read that and react accordingly to determine what kind of jumps I'll have. We just need to read the shell launchers. Nope. Once again, that's going to require a spin, unless we get on the blue platform first, perhaps, and spin off of that instead. But yeah, because in order to get all the way up there, I think we will need a regular jump, not a spin. We get on the blue platform, then we spin back on a spiny as it passes. I think that's the concept, but we'll have to see. Yeah, because we are definitely supposed to get ahead of the spiny, I think. Unless we're supposed to ride the spiny up. No, I don't think so. I think we get ahead of the spiny, get on the blue platform, and then get back on. No, Cat, I did not turn off game audio. Game audio has been bugging out all day, fortunately. So thanks for letting me know. It is unintentional, and it is an absolute nuisance, because I thought we had fixed it. They told me we had fixed it. Give me one moment. We will try to do a more drastic solution. This will hopefully not completely break the stream, but it might. As it breaks my local audio. And we're going to see, yeah, we need to reset a few things here. Just 1 second. And I'll be back in action in a moment, I hope. Okay, audio should be back now. And let me know if it's still glitching out. As you can see, my playing is going to be a bit imperfect. It is still glitching out. Hang on. It doesn't look like it's good on my end. Looks like it is failing, so let me try to reset again. Yeah, I thought I fixed it last week, and we had a couple of streams that went absolutely perfectly, and then whatever fix I did not seem to stick. One moment, we're going to try to test this out once more. Should be back now. Okay, should be fine. Let me know if it isn't. And we will see what we can do.
Oh no!
1 moment. Okay. Yeah, and then we need to get ahead of the shell, as I was saying. I think the spacing works for that to be the case. But we'll find out pretty shortly, as long as I remember to spin jump on the first one here. This is a player error. Just reading and remembering, not an indication error. In fact, I think the indication is just fine.
Oh no!
Given the trajectory of the coins, though, I'm thinking that maybe a spin is in order. If it's always going to be, whoops, the spiny shell being the one surviving, but it doesn't really make sense. I guess the spiny shell bounces off the note block. We can try it with a spin, perhaps. But I don't think so, given the falling direction there. I don't think that's the case. We need to not forget this. Maybe I am supposed to... no, I'm definitely supposed to bounce on the spiny. That's what the coin placement is for. And what the whole spacing there is for. Yeah, no, spin does not make any sense there. We would want to get ahead of the spiny, for sure. And the coin trail actually does give you the correct trajectory for getting all the way to the note block.
Oh no!
Or does it? We'll need to rethink that. I mean, I had done it previously, except, yeah, given a coin trail after that, I think just a bounce by myself in a note block isn't enough to get me up. I actually do need to spin onto spiny and ride it up. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm going to rethink that.
Oh
Because you land on the spine and you just continue bouncing on top of it with short bounces until it springs you upwards. It's going to be pretty fancy looking. Yeah, let's not do the twirl here. Yeah, you do a bit of a pullback onto that shell, perhaps. We'll figure it out. Yeah, that's absolutely right. You get some low bounces on the spine, you maintain momentum with it, you do a high bounce off of it towards the coin trail. Whoops, spin. Yeah, so the planning should always be based on which shell is available, what shell type. That's how to do it. You land on a platform and then you need to get back on the spiny shell, I think. And then you get off the spiny shell at the coins. So there's a lot of control here in terms of understanding when to hold the spin and when to do the short bounce to ride the spiny forward instead. Yeah, because you do short bounces and then you go up. And then, alright, let's try it again. Didn't quite time that right. But that's the right idea. And didn't quite maintain momentum that time. That is still the right idea. Yeah, let's not twirl out of that, let's just... Once again, too much of a pullback in momentum. As you can see, I'm falling behind the shell once I land on it, so we will need to fix that. Mang, welcome. Mang, who is the record holder on this level. We were talking about that quite a bit earlier in this level. There's something actually very Mang-like about it that I'm not surprised you're the world record holder by any means, given some of its structural kinship with some later levels of your own. Okay. Fell behind a little bit. Too many high bounces. Too many high bounces and too early. Spin jump. This segment is a pretty fun ride, though, you have to admit. And wore the helmet, yeah. Interestingly enough, I think that worked. Except now we have no shell to jump on, so that's where you are checked for doing that. That the spiny shell has to survive all the way up to that point. I was kind of wondering how far I could take that, but now we know. Okay. No, spin jump here. We do have approximately the right kind of sequence there. We're just not maintaining speed well enough. Yeah, so this first spin jump towards the spiny shell should be a full jump. That's the thing that sorts out a great deal of spacing. There are a few locations where full jumps solve a great many problems when it comes to momentum and timing. And we'll just need to account for that accordingly. Still overshooting a little bit. We don't want to pull back too much though, because we'll fall behind it. Fall behind the spiny at the point of landing, that is. And yet, too much of a hesitation there that time too. We just need to go full forward into the fuzzy shell and we should be fine. Nope, fell back behind again. This was where we inadvertently wore the spiny shell last time. We've only really been able to do that area cleanly once, so definitely need to develop a more consistent method for riding the spiny properly. It'll probably be the third bounce on the spiny where we want to hold the button and get over the grinder stack on the right.
Oh no!
Yeah, you can't just do a short bounce immediately. I do need to control the bounces such that I can keep pace with the spiny as it goes. Very good. That was almost very good. We just fell behind a little bit after the landing. And that's what that coin is for. It's a landing position for the next spin jump into the spiny once you get off the blue platform. So understanding the jump timing off of the blue platform relative to the spiny is going to be pretty vital there. We're a little bit behind, as you can see. Maybe we should be holding spin the whole way through and doing no short bounces at all. Let me show you what I mean by that. Oh, well, that's not what I mean by that. In order to keep pace with a spiny, maybe we want more airtime. That's not quite right. Not quite what I'm going for. Not bad either. Okay. That looked pretty good for a while until we just didn't gain enough height at the end. I guess we the last spin just a little bit too early. Looked pretty promising though. That looks promising, but was not. That almost looked correct. Too far. Okay, we'll try it again. No, yeah, second bounce is not going to work there. We need at least 3 bounces. We need to connect that with a bit of a short bounce in between. Short to medium bounce in between. After the first landing on spiny shell. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. And yeah, overshot a little bit there. Or rather... Yeah, I suppose I was supposed to jump off of the blue platform just slightly later than I did. I was eager to get off of it before it fell down, though. So we have most of this sorted out. We just don't quite have some of the timings, but the first time I made it through the bonsai segment with the damage boost earlier, I kind of foresaw that's how it's supposed to look, and that is correct, so... A lot here is dependent on our pacing relative to the spiny, and I think we're a little bit ahead of it. Perhaps. Not exactly sure. I think I'm getting a little bit anxious once we get to that blue platform. Yeah, there's definitely ways to make this go smoother, I think. 3 bounces seemed to be best, but then our timing did start to fall apart near the end, so we don't want to be too confident in this, necessarily. Well, let's continue. Not quite there. Not quite there either. Yeah, we need to clean that up for sure. That's the toughest landing in this level so far, and definitely corrections we can make to make that happen. It won't be, once again, on the second bounce. That's not really going to work. I know, spin jump.
Oh no!
Old habits here.
Oh
Not quite.
no!
Alright. Not quite the sequence I want. I mean, the coin trail that starts in midair gives me a pretty clear indication of what I'm going for, but
Oh no!
actually getting the spacing to work up to that point has proven to be a bit challenging. We just haven't quite found the ideal input sequence for that yet, the ideal timing that would get me there after this landing.
Oh no!
Once again, earlier 3 bounces seemed to be a lot better in terms of getting my positioning down at the end, but
No!
we don't know yet if that will remain the case. Okay. That was promising. Very promising, in fact. The extra twirl I did there did wonders. The extra twirl I did on top of the bullets just to give myself a tiny bit more space to work with. And we're going to miss the flag. Because of course we will. Thank you for the GG, though. Ultimately went pretty smoothly. High speed tumbleweed. Only took me about 12 mangs to clear, as you can see. Which is altogether not too bad. Okay, let's clear that one from the backlog. And we've got a lot more to do. We might, in fact, do one more from Donkey Mint. In fact, let me just see if I can dig it up here. And yeah, thank you for that GG hammer as well, dropping the hammer on me. We'll just rummage about in my code list here to see what I have next. Okay, here it is. This is a much older one from 2020. Yoshi saw stars. Yes, he did. You and your dinosaur traveling through the cosmos. Okay, so let's see some of these Yoshi mechanics in the night theme. And I suppose the thumbnail image just matches the title perfectly, which is a rare thing. Okay, Muncher at the beginning. Who knows what that's all about? Probably... Well, let's see. Not sure exactly what that's there to protect against, but... Maybe there's an issue that occurs... Oh no, because if Yoshi runs, you need to keep Yoshi in position, that's why. Yeah. And Yoshi saw stars. Okay, so now what do? We need to take start. Oh, I get it. We go up the stack. That's what we do. I remember this direction from something else, I think. I think it was actually Rakowski level that has something very similar. Yoshi needs to do the twirl down below, though, to make it to the next stack. One of the few Rakowski platformer levels rather than puzzles. Has a very similar invincibility mechanic with this kind of continuous boost. Yoshi, however, is going to fall and die to poison, which is a very grisly fate for our poor companion. Yeah, he had it with a dry bone shell, that's what it was. I remember that one because I remember playtesting an early version of it. Also because, interestingly enough, as a puzzle guy, Yoshi is supposed to swallow the star, of course. No, because Yoshi in this theme doesn't fire across barriers. So that can't be it. And regardless, Yoshi consuming the star doesn't quite get me what I want here. Yeah, no, we're just too slow. That's all it is. Yeah, interestingly enough, as a mainly puzzle designer, every time Gurkowski does a platformer level, very often they are actually quite technical in themes such as NSMBU. I think a recent one in 3D World as well that I haven't played yet. But we'll get to it. I'll have to remember in a year's time or so when we get to 3D World's 10th anniversary to do a very similar stream with 3D World style as well. Okay, that's correct. That could have been better. Just went the wrong way. I wonder about that blue platform, why it's accessible in that location. We haven't quite determined that yet, but we'll do that, I'm sure. Oh, there's a Mang bounce right there. You're supposed to get on top of the platform as the wings take it to the left, and then you get under the blade from there. Yeah, pretty easy to see, not as easy to do. Yeah, you're probably supposed to hit that platform just to give yourself visibility in that location. Oh, coming in a bit too low there. And we'll do it again. Some similarity to levels that use thwomp towers as well. We've seen a couple of those. Whoops. Except, of course, this has the benefit of that very satisfying Yoshi bounce. Whoops. Off of these grinder blades individually. I'm thinking of damage boost based thwomp concepts, of course. You couldn't just do it with a star since you would kill all the thwomps. Okay, there we go. I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to eat it. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to eat it. Okay. Always have to adjust the camera going up and down, of course. Then... okay, star timing is going to work out fine that time. Whoops, totally lost a boost. I thought it was a very strong decision for Yoshi's flutter jump from Yoshi's Island to be reincorporated back into mainline Mario. Whoops, no. Now, you do have time to stall on that platform for a while and just float back and forth until Yoshi can grab the star and spit on the higher wall, I think, to bounce back towards yourself. You don't actually need to rush that particular moment. Oops. So that's something we should keep in mind if we go back to that location and have the opportunity to fix that mistake. Up we go. Nope. Down we go. Okay, same idea here. That star is fairly generous in terms of not having any issues actually making contact with it. Okay, we need to hold that jump a little longer to flutter on top. I've been having a bit of trouble with that landing. And we'll need to go back and fix it. Nope. I wonder if that's even necessary. I think it is because of the placement of the heart blocks in that column, forcing me to go down to the flying platform first. But something about my timing going down to that flying platform is not quite right. We'll need to fix it. Yeah, so you can get a bounce on top first. I think I'm fluttering a little too long, and so my timing is off when it comes to the opportunity to land down there. We'll need to figure out what's wrong and find the solution. Yeah, so you can stall here. It's not... Oh. Nope. That's not the way to do it. I needed to spit to the right, in fact, and I jump into it to continue. I thought I could just... Why did I think I just bounced the star off the wall? Oh, because you can just bounce the star off the wall. Except that one had wings, and that's what I didn't account for. I was just treating it like one of these stars, where you can bounce them all you like. And I just forgot that one had wings and would just continue floating. Am I right about that? I think I am. We missed it anyway. Could have done a lot better. I love the sense of speed and rolls like this. Gotta go fast, apparently. Oh, nope, got trapped.
Oh no!
Just took a little too long there. Didn't expect the platform to float all the way to the left. But it was the same one that we jumped on earlier, and I should have thought of it that way instead of treating it like a second one that was just going to float conveniently back and forth on the right side, so we do have a little bit of a time constraint there when it comes to that element. Can't actually go indefinitely. Oh, we shouldn't have missed. Yeah, jumping into the star there will suffice. We actually want as much uptime on the star as possible, so... Let's go. Yeah, one very critical piece in this level is the way that the bounces on the saw blades reset Yoshi's ability to flutter. That's something that's absolutely essential to making this concept work. Because you just chain these flutters continuously. As I was starting to say earlier, it's quite nice that this peculiar idea from Yoshi's Island is just an expectation nowadays when it comes to how Yoshi works. Also because of the sound effect, actually. Yoshi is struggling to defy the laws of physics. Trying to achieve lift. Oh, missed. Yeah, I should maybe wait until the star is on the right side of that arrow before I jump forward into it, because we have a more advantageous arc going downwards towards our destination. Will then allow me to continue. But we'll see. Oops, took a little too long there. Around that corner. Let's try it again. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Yeah, once again, I should heed my own advice from earlier and float a little while longer. Okay, that's good timing that time. Yeah, chain it like that. We just came in a little bit low, but the idea is that we do want to chain it onto that coin trail that we see. And that should work. Okay. It will fall in like this, and then there we go. Oh, totally missed this opportunity, but luckily we're going to hit a checkpoint. Say hello to the other Yoshi on the way down. No, we were supposed to get ahead of it. Just misread it, but we did have a decent idea of what to do up to that point, I suppose. And then, yeah, we get onto this location. Yeah, we have to dip down below and then get ahead of the platform. We follow the coin trail quickly. That is how to do it. Oh, we just need to use the coin as our marker for when we're going to achieve lift. Yeah, no, I'm holding Yoshi's jump a little too early in terms of doing the float. We should need to do a bit of a faster drop with him until we actually need the flutter to happen. Understanding where to hold Yoshi's jump and for how long pre-flutter is pretty important here. And because the flutter timing is going to be a little bit tricky to work out. Nope. Trying to press into jump again to float at the very end there. I think maybe I'm supposed to land back on the platform first and then... Yeah, no, I'm already getting into the flutter state. That's the issue. I think we do not flutter at all. Try to land as soon as possible and then get into the jump. Like, if we land onto the blue platform first and then try to get ahead of it, that's probably much more sensible instead of going straight into the saw blade right away. Except we're going to be a little bit behind. And it looks very much like I'm supposed to get ahead, but I'm not really sure, so... we can try to do it behind platform. It seems like it's much cleaner. Yeah, much cleaner, except we needed to adjust that jump there. That was actually fine. So I think we get onto the platform and then we loop behind it, not ahead of it. Yeah, much easier to position if we do it that way, except maybe the pacing doesn't quite work the way I hoped. Yep. Oh, nope. Was trying to land and duck, and instead we were a little bit elevated at that time, and we did an erroneous ground pound instead. So, didn't quite work. Oh, nope. Landed onto the platform by mistake. We did not want that last landing around a corner, as we were supposed to. Boost up here instead. Nope, too low. It's quite a close shave. Getting down there towards the poison. Up we go. And then, oh, we still are seeing stars, so we made it. You could have jumped out of Yoshi here, of course, but I think maybe that gets you into trouble on the other side. No, it doesn't, actually. You could have escaped Yoshi and just ditched him at that point without too much pain. But you do need Yoshi in order to grab the 30 coin, unless... No, I think maybe the wall jump would work, but hard to tell. This is a reward for keeping Yoshi, I suppose. But then why the checkpoint right here? Because we're about to find out. Okay, so, oh, you need to go. Okay, that's why there's a checkpoint right there, because... No time to stall. Now, of course, if you go straight for Yoshi over here, I mean, I guess the arrow should have made that obvious. You jump straight into Yoshi, and then you continue off that first bounce. Okay, and then it's going to be a race. Should have been obvious. Oh, nope. You need to get the landing on Yoshi, of course, before you do such a thing, and then you just beat the poison by going straight up the column. Nope. The first bounce would have been fine. Yeah, that initial bounce with Yoshi is something I still have to master, but then, once again, that's why it's right past checkpoint. Probably easier to continue with your original Yoshi, but you have to make do with what we have. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You ditch Yoshi, and then you fall through while you have the star. That's the first time we've been tested on that particular method in this level so far, and then it's such an intuitive thing once you understand it. But in the heat of the moment, it's something that doesn't occur right away, necessarily. So, very clever. Yeah, so you ditch Yoshi, and then you continue. And you do need to star there, because otherwise you are stuck here. And we stalled a little bit too long anyway. So, very fascinating sequence. We see here. Nope, trying to rush that a little bit too hard by ditching the float. You don't want to play that aggressively just yet. Came in a bit low. First bounce. Alright, let's try it again. Yeah, let's try to go quickly. Whoops, nope, that's a miss. You're supposed to ditch Yoshi and land back on top of him right away so you can make the next jump after that. Yeah, just need to play very instinctively. No, that's going to be death because we lose Yoshi up to that point. And interesting placement of that brick, enforcing that you'll need, as Small Mario riding Yoshi, you will need to kind of hang left there. That to work smoothly. That's alright, we'll get this soon. And then we just need to play this smoothly, maybe gaining... Yeah, no, that was a bad dismount. Awful dismount. It's possible to cut down on that airtime too when you are doing the jump and reacquisition. Whoops. There's hesitation there. Alright, let's continue. Then, that's right. Okay, we're on pace. Run with the POW. No, that's not right. What's going on with this POW? I think I'm supposed to slurp it up and then spit it forward and then use that as a platform. I guess it would be consistent with what the arrows were telling me to do earlier in the level. Because it is a POW with wings, so slurping it up and spitting it out would allow me to continue riding it. Nope. Yeah, because I'm looking at this thing hanging off the claw and I'm thinking, well, there's no way that I'm just supposed to land on it as a platform before we proceeded to land on it as a platform. So that was a big misread on my part. Okay. Ooh, losing way too much time there. Have to remember to hang right. Let's try it again. Goes rather smoothly when the momentum just clicks. Oh, nope. Just totally missed that edge jump and fell off the ledge. That jump is more generous in terms of spacing than I give it credit for, just given that one-way panel. That was on the top right. Oh, this is going to be a disaster. That one was not going to go. Alright, let's try it again. Nope. Missing Yoshi entirely. Yoshi was sorely missed. Alright, let's try it again. Whoops, nope, not quite. That's okay, we just need this initial landing go well, and then whoa. And then of course got hit off the side that time. Okay, let's get a nice clean start to this segment so we can actually practice it properly. My initial landing on Yoshi has not been going well the last few attempts. Something changed from the way I was doing it previously. As we had most attempts go quite well here, and then all of a sudden, just the very mounting is not as clean as it used to be, and once again we have to remember to hang right so we don't hesitate for so long. Whoops. Yeah, came in a little bit low and slow there. We'll need to make up for lost time. On pace with a star, though. Let's get up here. Okay, that's correct. We were just a bit slow. And we're cutting it pretty close here. Hit an on-off switch and then...
Oh,
Wow, what is this all about? Okay, no, we were too far behind pace at that point. That's a Yoshi drop followed by a ground pound while we're invincible in order to hit an on-off switch. I understood that even though the on-off switch at that point was already buried by poison because we had lost way too much time earlier in the level. It was remarkable that I managed to survive and scout ahead for that long when I think we had been formally dead for some time. And we just didn't know it yet. But no, I definitely felt that I was way behind pace at that point. It was just a matter of when and where I would be punished for that, or whether that was somehow recoverable. The POW block was the area that slowed me down that time because we just had that awkward repositioning on top of it once I figured out what to do with it. Yeah, you have to grab the POW block, get on the claw, jump off the claw, and then spit the POW. That's a series of motions that you have to be quite cautious about doing accurately. And we were certainly a long ways off from executing that. Whoops. Once again, just didn't land on Yoshi properly. Actually overshot a bit and did a wall jump, which is not what we were going for. Landing on Yoshi accurately is kind of a requirement here. And if it goes well, it goes really well. For a time. We'll try it again. Yeah, we were overshooting Yoshi on the initial pickup, in fact, and hitting the wall. That's a problem now, I realize. Okay, seems like we're a little behind pace here. Okay, that worked really well. A lot better than I expected, in fact. That POW. I thought I'd blown that for sure. No, that's not it. Ah, here's the on-off switch. Okay. No, hang on. Hey, we got it. On-off switch for the door. That's interesting. What would that be? Are we missing something here? Oh. Ah, no, because this is actually the same area as before. So I should have remembered because I did notice this box earlier. So the state switch just takes you looping back through the level. Obviously, we're going to attempt to... no, we shouldn't. We have a limited amount of time with a star. I was thinking of just poking around in the back. We should check more info, in fact, to see if there was anything buried at the very end. But anyway, Yoshi saw stars. Thank you for the GG. That didn't go too badly. Let's check more info to see the end screen, just to see if I had missed anything. No, it's just... walks all the way, by the looks of it, with the flagpole at the very end. So, yeah, once again, thank you for the GGs. Let's pull up another one. We'll do a bit more platforming tonight. It's always nice to take our time with these levels in a way that we don't always get to do if they're in the viewer queue. So, let's find another old code that's probably been sitting around for ages. Oh, we're still on a bit of a roll. And I think I've found one. What will it be this time? Now, this is one of the few remaining ones on Bufflin's original profile I have not played. I'm almost completely caught up. Now, even though he has not uploaded on this profile in quite some time, there was, of course, a Bufflin 2 Super World that I still have to play at some point. But of the ones I have not played, I think this is the only one remaining that was in the NSMBU theme, so of course we're going to do it. This was from November 2020. Malpractice. The crowd roars. It's deep and so unhealthy. Let's see if we can commit malpractice. It's been a long time since I played anything Bufflin, so it'll be nice to get back to this one. Some unfinished business here. Whoa, it's going to be wall jumps up, of course. So once again, another level that's going to show off a lot of the mechanics unique to the NSMB branch of the Mario series. Wall jumps having been introduced in NSMB on the DS, which, along with things like ground pounds, reintegrated a lot of the mechanics from 3D Mario back into the 2D series after the long absence of 2D platforming. Oops. Just a little behind pace here. The down arrow strongly suggests some kind of ground pound. Or at least is marking that I should go down. Spin jumps are probably a little better here given the horizontality. We should consider spin jumping on the walls instead. Except that kind of runs into trouble when it comes to continuing the wall jumps, so let's not do that for the sequential wall jumps. Bad idea. As we might have been able to tell for ourselves. Okay, no need to ground pound. In fact, that would have been a terrible idea. Just a spin jump, obviously. Low spin and then high spin. And a wall jump probably up to the on-off switch after that. Whoops. Yeah, nice thing about a lot of Bufflin's levels is that relative to a lot of other levels of the equivalent technical demand and difficulty, they are not over-indicated. In fact, I find them generally very clean to read. A way that people could learn from, really. I feel like a lot of things, like the use of not only track indicators, but even lighter elements like P-block markers and such as in some ways become almost excessively standardized. Is on-off switch, jump off the red wall onto the Goomba, and you continue the on-off sequence after that. Yeah, because as grateful as I sometimes am for things like landing indicators with the empty P blocks, for instance, which is something you see all over the place in levels like the ones associated with the ever-estimable Team Jump. There are many friends who submit to that. That's, they can be a little indicative sometimes of level design that's too noisy for its own good, too dependent on unpredictable spectacle. Here, very clean read all over. Even when I'm failing at it, it's pretty obvious what is happening and what I should be aiming for, even on very short notice. So blind read is always very satisfying. Okay, let's take our time over here. Same kind of element as before, the continuous wall jumps that will create a little bit of time pressure there as the... Oh, whoops. Snake block does a bit of a shake. Don't know why I just totally went the wrong way there. That was... Oh, because I didn't keep momentum with the snake block. since snake blocks do not drag you and never have, the whole idea behind them going back to things like Roy's Castle in Super Mario World is specifically that you have to keep pace with them the whole time and kind of predict their movements, so we just reacted poorly to the appearance of the first one here. One came in. It's going to be a series of short bounces here as we ride a Spiny across. I just kind of overshot. Once again, really obvious what to do. We just didn't manage to do it. And I should stand on the right side of that platform as we duck through the cannonball, just to buy myself as much space as possible. Nope, came in a bit low. Okay. Up we go. Nope. I realize now I totally didn't write this code down either, did I, in the chat? Which is something I've been kind of neglecting, so let's do that quickly, if I can copy that in. Bufflin's malpractice. Going to be reported to some kind of medical authority over this. This grossly unethical experiment in wall jumping. One came in. What did you miss? You didn't miss too much. We had a lot of audio problems earlier. We played through a pretty interesting series of platforming levels so far. Today we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Wii U and New Super Mario Bros. U, and so I'm playing levels that are all in the New Soup theme. That also happen to help me clear my backlog from, in some cases, years in the past. I've been playing some levels from back in 2019 and 2020 as part of this set. Levels that I'd missed from makers that I've been playing for a very long time, for instance. Like this one here by Bufflin, who I think is very well known. For a time, in fact, probably one of the best known platformer makers in this game. The kind of stuff that now some people term Kaizo Light, although I don't really agree with that. But you know, the stuff that's not quite Kaizo and is still very approachable to platformer players. It's always been the core of the Bufflin repertoire. Oh, nope. Reacted to that a little bit slowly. I knew it was happening. We just had to react to it. I mean, I guess in the back of my mind there was some possibility that I was supposed to drop a vertical thwomp so I could let the snake block continue. So I was, in a split second, gauging whether it was going to be that or if it was going to be a down thwomp. And of course I didn't know until we approached the thwomp closely enough. Maybe it should have been obvious to me that it was going to be a side thwomp, but I didn't quite know at the time. Duck in? Oh, nope. No, actually, the one tile spacing there gives me enough room to just walk over. What's up with a contest command? It's contest, not context. I sure hope that's what it says anyway. That is an announcement for an upcoming contest, a puzzle design contest that I am involved in. I actually should put in a context command just to fool around with people who need an additional bit of context. And anyway, I feel like I should make an exclamation context command that is like some kind of facetious joke about the Chomsky hierarchy of formal grammars or something. Whoops. Oops. Okay, spin jump on top of the blue spike top, and that will hit the POW, and then that'll release the munchers and give me a landing platform. The read was easy, the execution was terrible. I guess I was maybe a little bit slow in the uptake, even though as I was dying, I knew exactly what I was supposed to do. As I lay dying. Also because my targeting of spin jump, the wall spin was kind of misjudged. Again, very obvious spin jump to the spiny. Needs no additional indication. It was fine as is, just a bit of a player error there. And not reading that properly. We have a raid from Chichiri, which I will acknowledge now since we're dying. Greetings from Octopus Cove. Let's give a shout out to our resident Octopus Master and all of the visitors who have come in. I hope you're enjoying the first day of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I know that... I mean, I'm not really somebody who keeps up with Pokemon, but I'm aware that it's been an experience that I've heard that people have either loved the gameplay systems or been frustrated with some of the visual glitchiness, which seems to be the Game Freak experience, but hopefully you've been having a good time with it and that your priorities with Pokemon have been satisfied. You feel like you spent a lot of time accomplishing very little. I mean, you're also a troll and puzzle player. I feel like that's actually a fairly regular sentiment. That shouldn't be unfamiliar. But maybe in a Pokemon context, it would be. Yeah, Pokemon is kind of a once every few generations thing for me, and so I just didn't really pay any attention to Scarlet and Violet. But I know that I'm kind of unusually apathetic towards it for a Nintendo player, and certainly I'm connected with a lot of people who take it much more seriously and know it much better. Some real Pokemon experts, in fact, who come here all the time. All that matters is there's a flamingo Pokemon. That sounds fantastic. Took them way too long to get around to one of those. You think it's the best Pokemon gameplay ever? That's good to know. Yeah, it seems like they'd been experimenting with a lot of germinal concepts for a while when it comes to doing things like the wild area and Gen 8 and so on. Just trying to figure out how to make the systems click. I mean, Pokemon has never been really much of a technical stunner anyway, right? I think the appeal is primarily to people who really do want to engage with the metagame and systems and the petting zoos and dress-up contests and so on. Electrodude, welcome. A lot less idle time and pressing A through stuff, etc. Okay. Yeah, I kind of took a long break between Gen 5 and 8. And then Gen 8 just kind of made me think, okay, this was fun to do some battles in HD for a while, but then I feel like I'm done with the series for another 10 years. And I'm sure the changes will be much more noticeable by then. Although I have been lurking in a few of the Scarlet and Violet streams just to see how people have been engaging with it, because obviously there is some pretty significant crossover between Mario and Pokemon players for Nintendo reasons. And, you know, Pokemon being a giant mega series reasons. Oops. This one is more Breath of the Wild than it is Sword and Shield. That sounds great, especially if it's very freeform when it comes to what the player can do and where you can go. There we go. Okay, there we are. Let's stall for a while here, and then... totally didn't get enough of a run. You spent 5 hours and you just got the academy. Explore everything and catch what you can, yeah. I mean, that's why I'm still playing Xenoblade 3 off-stream. After about 4 months, almost 4 months with the game, I'm actually still chipping away at it. And because I'm very much the same style of player, I just like to do everything breadth first. You tell me that there's a particular waypoint I'm supposed to go to, that will probably be the last thing I do. That's just my style of play, and you can kind of understand why I loved Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild was the kind of game that says, oh, you want to defy instructions? You want to ignore quests? Fine, here, play the whole game. You can do everything. Almost everything. I think you can get up to maybe about 112 out of 120 of the original shrines without doing quest number 1 off the plateau. And ask me how I know. Okay. Electro Dude, from what you've seen, is freeform, though for some reason the whole world is loaded in at once, which makes it laggy. Okay. That sounds like it was unwise and probably unnecessary. Yeah, I did hear about the choppiness, which is unfortunate. But Electrodude's explanation would make a lot of sense for explaining why. That would be the issue. If the memory management is just poor. Whoops. I don't know how necessary that is to make the open concepts work. In terms of not just selectively loading in things that are in close proximity. The way that is usually done. It's always interesting to look at how games with very open spaces disguise their loading, in fact, and try to keep up with what the player is doing. That's a look at chat death. You fought an invisible Fido, and you love watching NPCs walk downstairs, yeah. Oh, whoops. It despawned in town, but battles still happen, yeah. That was super effective. Okay. Yeah, no, you shouldn't duck until the cannonball becomes an issue. The lighting engine freaking out when you're picking a starter. Talk about first impressions. Whoops. There we go. And then the Goomba stack after that, after you get a 50 coin. Okay. Yeah, you see, I'm one of those people who thinks that sometimes there's a little too much player pressure towards moving away from top-down cameras when some game concepts and game worlds do perfectly fine with them. Even with 3D spaces with top-down cameras, like in the remake of Link's Awakening, for instance, it would have been perfectly fine, I think. I mean, I don't know how things like the wild area concept have been developed, and maybe my ideas about this are obsolete, but I feel like sometimes people place far too much of a sense of importance on free and open cameras and open worlds or freeform games when there are a lot of things that's really not going to fit very well systems-wise. Okay. And yet, it's a top Pokemon game anyway. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time it's a matter of what the players are willing to tolerate. I mean, I remember hearing that a lot of people had issues with the visual performance in Fire Emblem Three Houses, for instance, and I didn't notice at all because I was just completely absorbed in doing battle after battle and just kind of running around in the monastery. And, you know, I didn't feel like that detracted from the core experience of Fire Emblem whatsoever. So, I understand Three Houses had a bit of a reputation for being graphically rough, and I just don't see it. At least not in a way that matters. It is going to be wall slide on top of the snake block, and then spin jump over to the spiny, and then over to the flag. That's the ending here. I'm surprised at the lowness of the clear rate on this one. This is also a sub 1%, and it doesn't feel that way, although I think very often Bufflin clear rates are actually deflated by, first of all, his popularity as a maker, and secondly, the fact that people stick with this stuff. In the same way that sometimes Kaizo clear rates or precision clear rates are inflated because some players will just bail on them right away instead of trying. But yeah, I hope you continue having a good time with it. Like I was saying, I had a reasonably good time with Sword and Shield. I kind of felt done with it well before the endo, and you can definitely tell with Sword and Shield that the further in you get, the more you notice how aggressively they were cutting. Like, you had that one late game gym in the city or whatever that was literally just a hallway with 3 or 4 fights with trainers. You just walk left to right and fight, and that was it. You can kind of tell that, like, the further in you get in Sword and Shield, the more you run into stuff like that. So hopefully Scarlet and Violet is not that kind of experience and continues to retain your interest as you gotta catch 'em all, as they say in the old country. Okay, there we go. And yeah, high bounces on Goombas actually work pretty well. Oh, whoops. Didn't want to do a wall slide there. That was absolutely a mistake. You had 0 interest in the post-game of Sword and Shield. You got the legendaries and you were pretty much done, yeah. I heard that the people who are really into the competitive meta actually did get a lot of mileage out of Sword and Shield. But obviously their priorities would be pretty specific. One of the fellows that I'm sure you folks know from YMM and MMC, Theorymon, he's called Theorymon for a reason. He's, as I understand it, like a really serious Pokemon guide writer and has been for a very long time, and is a bit of an authority on the subject. And so I hear about this stuff from him from time to time. And yeah, you're not really into the battling IV, EV stuff. You see, I find that when it comes to strategy games, I don't tend to like collection aspects to them so much. I was really into Hearthstone for a while, right from the alpha, in fact. I was invited into the Hearthstone alpha. And in Hearthstone, I absolutely loved the arena mode where you randomly construct a deck on the fly and play against opponents who were doing the same thing. And I just didn't care for the constructed decks at all, because I knew well in advance that that was likely to lead to some stagnation in the metagame and balancing issues in the long term, and that's exactly what happened. And I lost interest in that very quickly, and I realized afterwards that I kind of have the same attitude towards Pokemon, that I think as a strategy game, it's obviously very, very deep. But the preparatory element involved in grinding out the team building doesn't interest me whatsoever. And so as a result, I didn't end up getting into the deeper parts of the metagame simply because there is that kind of collection wall to get there. And obviously a significant chunk of players are very much into that Pokemon is fundamentally about collection in some ways in terms of why it appeals to people in the first place, but I kind of felt like I was walled off from a very deep strategy game because of it, since I'm not as interested in that aspect. So, and it's the same for Hearthstone, it's the same for why I never got into Magic the Gathering beyond a very casual level. And you're saying Pokemon Showdown is where it's at. And Shishira, you have to run? Yeah. Thanks for dropping by and dropping your viewers off anyway. And like the Vanky here, who I don't know if I welcomed you properly, but welcome properly. And I hope Chichiri's stream was a lot of fun. Yeah, to the extent that I've been watching bits and pieces of Scarlet and Violet, I've been watching really mostly people that I know via Mario Maker, so I'll have to lurk a bit in yours as you progress. Okay, here we go again. No, spin jump. Now, the adjustment I made here was wall jumping off the pipe first to stall for time while the blue platform gets into position. I just made a mistake with the jump towards the spiny after that. I knew it was supposed to be a spin jump, but it was too focused at the time on making sure I'd gotten the wall jump timing off the pipe sorted out first, and so a bit of a brain fart there, and fairly easy thing to correct. I think we'll have this level in the bag pretty soon, by the looks of it. But yeah, there are definitely some years when my video game schedule is so absolutely packed, as it has been this year, that I actively tell myself, thank goodness I'm not somebody who particularly cares about Pokemon, because if I did, you know, I would have no time for anything. I mean, I'm sure everybody who plays really deeply in the Nintendo repertoire has at least one series that they don't particularly care for and don't really partake in as an event. There are some people who have definitely decided by now that they don't like Smash, for instance, or that they are unfortunately not into Mario Maker, usually because they don't know where to find the good stuff. And Pokemon is that series for me, where it's like, I'll follow pretty much the whole Nintendo calendar, but this one, okay, that's expendable. I'll just check in on it once every few years and see how it goes. Pokemon Showdown lets you pick any Pokemon and let you type in the EVs, IVs you want. Yeah, that sounds a lot more appealing. Electrodude, for you, those series of Pokemon and Legend of Zelda, that's interesting. In some ways surprising, maybe. But I don't know if you have a particular background in... I don't know if that applies to 2D or 3D Zelda for you, or both. Whether your experience with that is conditioned more by the 3D or the 2D series, since I think in some ways they have very different appeals. No, The Legend of Zelda, actually, I always consider a very high priority, partly because I know they'll do something a little bit crazy every time. Each Zelda game does something controversial. And the thing I look forward to most about the next one is, what is the controversial thing going to be? Because it's usually, actually it's pretty much always going to be something I love. Like, I kind of like that they're never content to sit on the formula. That's you with Breath of the Wild related stuff. That's interesting.
Oh no!
Yeah, Electrodude, the thing is, Twilight Princess has an infamously slow start. It has the longest tutorial start in the 3D series, and it's not surprising that you would fall off of that. I remember thinking, I thought it was an absolutely magical experience the first time through, but Twilight Princess, I find, is the most difficult one to replay, and I don't think I've ever gotten through it a second time. I absolutely loved it when it first came out on launch day of the Wii back in 2006, but there are a lot of things in Twilight Princess that only really work effectively once. Much more so than in some of the other games.
Oh no!
And, have they leaked very much about Breath of the Wild 2? I wouldn't say... Well, I don't know, actually. I don't really follow leaks and rumors so much. They've announced very little. And they always keep something close to their chest with every iteration of the series. Until very close to release. Yeah. I'm not playing contest levels today. I'm announcing that there is a contest ongoing with a deadline in early December, and I will be playing that contest when it comes in. So the deadline is the 4th of December, I believe. It is for puzzle levels that have some kind of doubled layout to them. So levels that have 2 or more zones that are basically identical except for one big change, like, you know, switching between water and lava, which was one of the levels we showed off today. Or maybe one has a power block and one has a spring, you know, that kind of thing. And it's a contest to design some kind of effective puzzle that is built on that concept. We came in a little bit low here this time. So yeah, we don't have a list today, but I can give you the code to this level. We are just playing a selection of levels deep in my backlog of makers that I follow or know. Some levels going back all the way to 2019 or 2020. This one's from 2020. October of that year, in fact. And today we're doing all New Soup levels because it is the 10th anniversary of New Soup, which is now a 10-year-old soup. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, we have a contest command that does have all the relevant links. The rules document is a little more specific about the contest theme, although I think the theme is pretty understandable. It's funny because on the Discord for the contest, you've got a ton of people asking, does this qualify as a big change? Does this qualify as within the rules, etc.? And honestly, I think it's very intuitive, but I can see why makers would ask. Just to be clear. And in many cases, it's not a matter of what is or isn't allowed, it's more, you know, what's going to make your level stand out the most. What's going to reflect on your design skills best. And in any case, I look forward to whatever people come up with this concept. Part of the intention behind doing this as the next puzzle contest theme was to get people out of the box of just thinking about more or less standardized formats like one-screen puzzles. I mean, they can still be mostly one-screen, but they don't have to be. And this will kind of push people to build at least 2 screens. There we go. Flag at last. Didn't quite reach the top, but After a few attempts, we have it.
Mario time.
Okay, so cleared that one from the pile. Let's pick another. And hopefully production issues have mostly gone away. We had pretty severe sound problems earlier in the stream, which is far too common, but I think they've settled down. So do let me know if things are okay, if the sound is in sync, or if there are pitch issues or whatever, but I think we're fine for now. Okay, let's spin up another one. And I will try to remember to actually type in the code this time in chat for those who want to play along. We're going to pick one that's a little more recent from my to be played pile. And I'll see if I can find a code for it. And once again, it's going to be an all new soup special. And this is a very recent level, not very recent, but recent to this year level from back in the month of March, my Rybones. It's called Twinkling Timberwood. And this is the code for those interested. Mario leaps and climbs through tree and vine, collecting keys and gilded dimes. So, 10 coins, basically. I guess not many currencies issue a 30 coin, now that I think about it. 50 coins, definitely. Like the 50p piece and all that, but 30 coins, not so much. Alright, let's take a look. And yeah, as Link Lario, you were saying hard to think the Wii U is that old now. I still love my Wii U. And I still have it plugged in because I got it back after a long absence because I'd been away from it for some time, and I finally got it back earlier this year and streamed a lot of Maker 1. Ah, okay, you loop around like that. Need to look out for these spikes here. And then you get on top of the pokey and then go wall jump up above it on that coin. Okay, I see. Took me a moment to read some of this. How come there's a coin down here? Because that is a key. That's right. Okay, so we do need keys. That was the whole concept to begin with. And then wall jump up top. Okay, and then we can always reset our position if we're getting into trouble. And then we need to slide into Piranha. I knew that, I just didn't time the ground pound properly. So let's not neglect the key. The one tile spikes are sometimes a bit well camouflaged. The one tile spikes that were unique to Mario Maker are ugly as sin, but one of the things that's quite nice about New Soup in its original form is that, particularly with NSMBU, there are a lot of things that are aesthetically distinct about it, actually, in terms of levels, just, you know, having their own original artwork for various platforming elements. I love this swap between the Piranha and the Vine, where it's like you're rowing the Piranha into a vine. It's something I've tried before in one of my own levels, but this element here uses it quite effectively. Okay, let's watch out for that muncher. Why would we want that coin? Because that allows me to convert this into a spin jump. That's what this level is all about. You need to know how to convert between jump types using the walls. You need to know when to do it. Then, here we go, checkpoint. And exit. Okay. We need another key over here, so we'll see what the thwomp positioning is like. Okay, thwomp just gives me something to jump on until I'm at the right side, so we'll do that. Then head on up. Now, where's the key? The key must be down below. If the previous zone was any indication. I don't see the key placement just yet, so we'll have to hunt around a little bit for that. Could be that block under the Pokey. No, I think it's got to be something a little more visible than that. Let's go back here and navigate. Yeah, the key, I bet, is something up higher. So let's watch out for the spikes. And always love using screen wall jumps.
Oh no!
No, we need to maintain a sliding state all the way down to that piranha and then hit the on-off from there. Pretty clear, in fact. We just kind of second-guessed a slide. And, okay, let's go back. Nope, that was a mistake. Alright, let's try it again. Getting a little more familiar with the spacings we'll be working with here. And then let's see what we can do. This area. Whoops, no.
Oh no!
Oh, now I'm... Yeah, Devanky was mentioning Pokemon Showdown earlier. Now I remember what Pokemon Showdown looks like. Because it was the thing that was browser-based, right? That lets you just play out the Pokemon meta. Yeah, no, I remember that. Took me a moment to realize that I was, in fact, familiar with it. Okay, let's do this. No, don't overshoot. Then we need to slide all the way in. No, I should just run into the slide. I don't need to ground pound into it. There's no reason to do so. We just need to slide the normal way.
Oh no!
Let's not draw too much attention to that death. Okay. Whoops. No.
Oh no!
That probably would have been salvageable if I just let myself go over, in fact. But I didn't expect to do that badly there, so let's get back up. Eggus Cook, welcome. Eggus Cook, I did notice that you had recently uploaded a whole bunch of Koopaling levels that were in the NSMBU style, so we may look at some of those after this if I'm able to stick around, and if you're able to stick around as well, ideally. I hadn't noticed that. I was kind of going through a list of makers before the stream and figuring out what a diverse selection of NSMBU creations would be.
Oh no!
And in general, hope you've been doing well. Okay, let's go up. This again. Up we go. Do this very satisfying little wall jump here, and then there we go. Sliding state doing its job for once. Yeah, that's gonna be spin. We'll jump onto this guy, and then we need to figure out the path. Probably slide through the Pokey for... Oh, no, maybe not. Doesn't quite get me a slide there. I think the Pokey just walls me off, in fact, unless... No, I think it just walls me off. Let's rethink this. Hang on. And then... Oh, Yeah, pretty interesting series of navigational challenges in this one. Actually reminds me of late game Ori in some ways. Not so much with wall jumping, but in terms of navigating the open layout and having these collection points. That's the final dungeon areas in both Ori and the Blind Forest and Will of the Wisps kind of do a very similar thing in some ways. In terms of having like this kind of sprawling platforming where you're trying to hit all corners. And you have a different series of interactions as you go. Oh yes, that's right, you were working on that record for Electrodu's new creation for 69 MMC, which hopefully we will see later this weekend, perhaps tomorrow on viewer levels. Just barely missed the cutoff for the... Whoops, that's a mistake. 69 MMC special that we did a few streams ago. But we've got plenty of years ahead of us to add more, so it's going to be a while yet until 69 years of Mario Maker in 2084. Yeah. Not new soup, unfortunately. No, that's alright. I kind of decided on the theme for today's backlog stream at the last minute. Because I was wondering, should I do puzzles today? Should I do platforming? What are we going to do? And I realized, you know, 10 years at Wii U, particularly given its importance to being the foundation of Mario Maker, is worth noting. We have a good way to deal with it. Particularly because I'm not very well practiced with a lot of the new soup mechanics anyway. I mean, I know them, but that doesn't mean I'm good at them. And we haven't been doing anything especially advanced today. I think the lowest we've gone in clear rate has been about a 0.6 or so. So nothing too technical, but enough that nearly all of the levels we've seen do show off some aspects of how you can design around the new soup mechanics. Sometimes in a very subtle way, but I think all of them have engaged with the theme very distinctively. I mean, mostly with just simple things like wall jumps, but I wonder about that coin trail down below. That pokey. That's suspicious. That's very suspicious. I know. Mistake. One came out, you still need to make a propeller suit level. Yeah, one of the most difficult items in this game to design effectively around, I think. So, definitely wish you luck with that one, and I'd be quite happy to playtest it when the time comes. Whoops. And you've got a backlog to get through, yeah. Understandable. Last obstacle in section 2. Oh, for Electrodu's level, I see. In terms of the timing optimization for that. I haven't seen that level yet, so I guess I'll have to find that out for myself. This coin trail does really kind of seem to indicate some kind of sliding state thing, doesn't it? I mean, you can't jump out of it, because jumping out of it loses the sliding state, but there's something going on there, which we will need to be aware of. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just a big distraction. We don't know that yet. And it looks suspicious. Very suspicious. Whoops. A back burner level. Yeah, I know what you mean. That one came in. Something you want to finish. Involving fish bones. Yeah, I haven't published anything myself in Mario Maker all year, and it's not for lack of ideas necessarily because I've got a very full core spot with undeveloped draft material, basically.
No.
I need to actually finish that up into a level at some point, but off-stream I've been completely occupied with... I mean, off-stream in terms of video games, I've been completely occupied with trying to get Xenoblade 3 done sometime this year. Currently in Chapter 6. We've been at it for some time. It actually passed Xenoblade 2, not including Torna, this week to be my
No.
most played Xenoblade game in terms of hours. And the end is not in sight. And you'll be celebrating your birthday tomorrow. Yeah, that sounds excellent. Getting your footballing in right before World Cup, which I assume you're not playing in, but this would have said so. Oops. But yeah, happy birthday in advance as well. We'll definitely try to give your level a showing if you're able to be here. Okay, let's try to adjust this. Nope. Go for the key. Still haven't seen what the pink coins are all about yet. That seems like it might be a later section. Now, I can't quite see where I'm descending in this area. That's... Ah, okay, just below this. And now what do? We come back down. And I missed the key door back there. Front section. Oh, whoops, no. Did I not see where the key door was in this area? Let's take a look. You're hoping to get the W as an early birthday gift. The W. Oh, get the win. Okay, okay. Ah, okay, here's the pokey with the key door. Okay, I see the key door. I just need to go back to this section. I knew I saw the key door, I just totally forgot how early it was. Whoa! Didn't mean to release the sliding state there. I don't know what happened. Might have been a D-pad diagonal error on my part. Okay, down we go. And whoop, totally missed that. And here we are again. Nope. That's okay, that's recoverable. A lot of things in this level are actually quite recoverable, in fact, which is nice. Okay, maintaining the sliding state accurately, and yeah, we just need to go backwards over this whole thing after. Oh yeah, this is just a landing zone for anybody who's correcting out of not doing a spin jump onto piranhas. I see what that's for. Although it looks like a wall jump past that point is probably possible. Let's take a look at this. Okay, that's possible. So why are we doing that? Ah, 50 coin, that's why. And 1 up. Okay. Nice placement there, actually.
Oh
Except I totally flubbed that. We should try to go for that 50 coin just as a proof of concept. Let's do that again. Then get up over here. I don't want to try to go for it. At least this accounts for what this section is all about. And yeah, we've gotten a mushroom before, so I'm not too concerned about that.
Oh no!
Sometimes it does depend a bit on your memory, this level, in terms of understanding where the landing zones are going to be when you fall. That's the only qualm I have about it so far, is that as the player, you do need a very good sense, particularly because there is some backtracking here and there, that you need to rely pretty much entirely on your memory for where things are when it comes to where there's going to be a safe patch of ground. I feel like there are visual cues that are non-consumable, unlike coins, that can actually help you with that. Things like the doodad decorations on ground tiles, for instance, which maybe we're not paying enough attention to. Maybe some other ways to kind of mitigate that issue, but for the most part we just need to be attentive and probably twirl more just to play as cautiously as possible when we're heading on our way down, because often I certainly can't remember where it is I'm supposed to go, or what the safety placements are going to be. So we kind of have to trust the wall slide from time to time. And... oh. Yeah, like those munchers down below, that might have been an issue pretty quickly. Spin jumping down here is something I kind of needed to do by memory, except the wall slide could have fixed that too, perhaps. Oh, no. Totally hugged a pokey when I was trying to jump off the wall, so we were reasonably close to finishing this too. Reasonably close. Yeah, but of course the on-off activation has happened by then with the piranha plant. You see to the right. At the piranha plant, rather. That opens up the passage. Need to head to the key door once I go back down. Oops. Almost flubbed that one. No, that's obviously supposed to be a standard jump. Nope. We figured out this level for quite a long time. It's just, as they say in Pokemon, getting hurt in our own confusion. Okay, let's go up. And back down. Would be fun to speed through this if you just have a good memory for what to do and good instincts for where to go. Which we don't quite have, as you can see. Definitely need to find opportunities to just lower the camera gently and take things a step at a time. Just to see where we're going to land. I've seen and played all the pieces, we just need to put them together. Oh, no. Even a bit low. And that happens. Angus Cook is asking, Bang, how's the SW going? For a moment I read that as software, and then I realized that it was the Super World, the collaborative Super World with Luca that After playing the Halloween level, I'm sure we're all very eagerly anticipating. Okay. Let's go up. And whoops. Oh, thank goodness for that one-way panel. We made a total disaster out of that. Oh, no, no, no.
No.
I was trying to twirl and wall slide at the same time, and the thing that happens happened. And of course we knew that. It was more, once again, getting hurt in our confusion. Part of me was thinking ahead to, oh, let's stall a bit on the landing, and part of me was just hugging the wall, and there you have it, wall spin jump. To one's untimely demise. Making progress relatively consistently, that's good now. Crossover event of the year. Oh, no. Once again. Once again. Doing the wrong jump. Yeah, this is not even that hard. Mechanically, it is probably one of the easier levels we've seen today. But I'm just being a little bit inattentive sometimes when it comes to switching between jump types or when it comes to the landing areas. I just feel like there's a bit of gluiness to getting off the screen wall jump on the left side column. That I always have to kind of press in harder than I expect to get out of that jump and off the wall. Off the screen edge, rather. And facing in the right direction again, so don't know what's going on there, but definitely has a bit of unexpected sluggishness to it that you don't get from a typical wall jump. Okay. Is it safe? Nope. Once again, I knew the munchers were there, I just didn't know how high they were. And we cannot afford to guess, we do need to descend as safely as possible. You're glad there's still so many good makers active. Yeah, so am I. I am at no risk of running out of good content in this game. Obviously, a lot of people have slowed down. It always feels like, for the people who participate in things like the anniversary projects in particular, that this is a bit of an off-season, especially with a lot of other games coming out. But at the same time, I mean, you know, as somebody who's streaming this game and playing viewer levels usually every week, I get a pretty good sense of the ebb and flow of maker activity. And I get that off of my follow list as well, since it's consistently completely full up at 100 people that I always have to shift in and out. Alright, we need to maybe just get rid of Pokey? Should we? Yeah, we can. Gives me a vine. Excellent. That was close. And yeah, it very often happens with game communities that are robust but have kind of folded in on themselves in that, you know, you have a very active core, but not a lot of exposure to people outside of that core, that people outside of that core just naturally assume it's a dead or dying game. Especially because, obviously, a lot of that kind of first generation of people who were most well-known coming in from Maker 1. A lot of them did exit and burn out. And I think there's a general sentiment sometimes that Mario Maker 2 is not very active. That is not borne out by the data.
No.
You saw Bufflin working on a Super Mario World hack. Yeah. I think maybe I knew that, but I hadn't seen it. I know that he had, in late 2020, around the time that he was having a kid, actually, he was homebound for a while and he got streaming equipment and he streamed Mario Maker for about a month and then just disappeared again. Oh, this is a wall. No wonder we miscalculated this. I didn't even see that it was just bumping against a wall the whole time. This is just to let you scout to see what's going on with the piranha plant. We're not going to hit the left side until we find some kind of power up anyway, I think. So, yeah, this wall completely threw me off. Such an obvious wall, too. Anyway, this is a coin collection segment, as we know. We need to collect some coins. So, let's... You know what, it's probably possible to... Oh no, hang on. But yeah, it's sort of interesting that there was this first generation of people who became big Twitch superstars from Maker 1, and some of them do still play Maker, obviously, you know, people like DGR and Feeney and so on, while others have mostly exited or gone on to more general things. But the salient point there is that... let's triple jump this. Hang on. Salient point there is that there seemed to be a significant amount of outreach and interaction between that generation and people who were not so much into Mario Maker. You know, that there was a lot more communication between Mario Maker and the non-Maker world, and I think part of that was just a sparsity of activity on the Wii U otherwise. That it was the main thing, other than perhaps Splatoon, going on in Wii U in its last 2 years or so. I can totally triple jump this, right? Look at it. It seems unusual that I can't seem to make it. Yeah, I got the triple jump animation and everything. Oh, I'm backing out of it a bit. I feel like I'm... Didn't I climb this successfully earlier? Why am I completely missing it? Hang on. Oops. I'm flubbing something really obvious here. What do you think about this? But anyway, my point is that there doesn't seem to have been as much of an equivalent effect in Maker 2. In terms of people who started mainly with Maker 2, being a much bigger presence outside of their own community on Twitch, with some exceptions perhaps. But not on the scale of the Maker 1 cohort, for sure. But I think, you know, Twitch definitely had a very noticeable first mover advantage. I mean, I was watching StarCraft 2 before Twitch existed as a thing, and it was very much the game that kind of motivated the creation of Twitch as a service that spun off from what was then Justin.tv back in 2011, 2012 or so. And yeah, some people really kind of established themselves as full-time streamers just based on being the first people to figure it out at that point. And, okay. definitely doing something poorly here. Maybe... There we go. Triple jump it. No. I mean, I knew that was going to happen, but I didn't want it to happen that badly. Just need to wall jump down below until we can get into an advantageous position. There we go. Triple jump does it. And we'll slide down gently. Spin if need be. Oh, didn't want to lose that. Let's do it again. No, that was a double jump. Let's do triple jump if we can. In fact, the curves here do pretty clearly encourage trying to triple jump it as the solution. Oops. Come on, let's just not run into that guy. There we go. Finally. There's a slide. There we go. This thing here, we got a lot to deal with. Let's not hit the spike. That would have been terrible. Can we enter this? Yes, we can. Obviously, we missed one thing down there that we need in order to go below. Let's... this... The donut blocks here get me anything interesting? No, they don't. We just need to cling on to the vines one at a time and drop into them. Yeah. Whoa. That guy edges in pretty closely. We need to get on the second vine and get under him. Oh, there we go. Then... bit of a tense little moment here as we try to get off of the vine and fail abjectly because I kept holding up into it. Okay, so we still haven't figured out what to do with this piranha to the left here. We need to do that. Maybe this is also a triple jump. The spacing looks like it should work for it. Yeah, triple jump. There we go. Actually playing some NSMBU mechanics. This looks like it's supposed to be a slide. And that's correct. And yeah, this is probably there to encourage you to think about the slide in case you've forgotten. Alright, this... I don't have enough height here to look at where I'm going. Just standard wall jump. Are all 4 coins accounted for? There's the one down here. Okay, got it. There's the one up here. We'll triple jump on this side. Starting here. Nope. Probably overshot a little bit from what I needed. Whoops. Fell back down to earth. Let's try it again. Okay. Wait for the pokey. And yeah, this is the last coin we need to deal with, so let's sneak under. Once again, just kind of clean up the climb here a little bit as we attempt to go nice and low. Okay, that's good. That's exactly what we need to do. Now we need to not flood the exit. Give myself a little bit of headroom here. And enter this one tile slot, which is always non-trivial. 50 coin, yeah, this is time sensitive as a 50 coin. This looks like a spin wall jump should do the trick. Whoa, that was close. Maybe Maybe just a jump off of here. No. It must be a spin wall jump, I'm pretty sure. Or jump and then twirl over it. Yep, there we go. That's correct. And a bunch of bouncy, piggish wigglers. Gonna give me the exit pipe. Exit pipe will get me more wigglers. Okay, let's not die to this stuff. Flagpole is right there. Top of the flagpole, kind of buried next to that pokey. We will not deal with the pokey. We'll take the GG.
Oh yeah,
And walk out of here alive. Okay, that was a fun one. Twinkling Timberwood. Yeah, we've played a lot of Rybones. He can't always make it to my odd hours to submit, so it's always nice to take the opportunity to catch up on some of his. Okay, egg is cooked since you're here. Let's do your Koopaling set. Let me try to dial that up. And I think it's just 3 so far, right? Wendy, Iggy, and Morton. Is that correct? That's what I have here in my notes. You can always correct me if that's not the case, but I believe this is the adventure we're looking for. Don't get pushed back by Wendy's bazookas. Not very suggestive at all. Get over it. With 3 big coins. Like in Total Recall. Anyway, Wendy's big bazookas. Okay, so you can get the big coins this way, then over this way. And looks like we'll be doing one of that here as well. And then that's going to push you all the way over. I assume, given this green positioning on those here, yeah, no, that's going to go this far. I kind of remember that you did similar blaster positioning in your Super World, if I recall. In the finale of your Super World with Bowser on the blaster. Something to do while you're stuck on some other creation. Yeah, given that you've been doing quite a lot of experimentation with the Link costume recently as well, as we know from personal on-the-stream experience. Love this little push here that you can just kind of push back against it. How do we even die here? That seems unusual. Oh, here's a star. Oh, because I was going for the star and I just was incautious. That's going to push me all the way back. Got a 30 coin coming that we can go for once the blaster comes back. No sooner. Nope. That's a bad idea. You want the blaster to be on the way back. And I knew that. But we did it anyway, because that's just how I play sometimes. Good old traditional power-up logic where sometimes you'll just get a mushroom as an optional safety buffer. Yeah, sometimes I find that it's very refreshing to play levels, be they traditional or not, that are still clearly by people who kind of have a good sensitivity to how traditional Mario works. Because I feel like a lot of Mario Maker, including a lot of really good Mario Maker, is sometimes kind of conceptually tight enough that it doesn't leave quite as much room for player agency. In terms of, the maker wanting to make sure everything works and that everything remains under control and the player not getting as many options as a result. We're going for the 30 coin. When traditional Mario has a great sense of freedom that I think is underrated when people just kind of assume that it's based on linearity. But there's actually a lot of flexibility to how you can approach things, how you can pace yourself, and also just the rigor of how levels are, under from Nintendo, tested against every power-up configuration that's available to the player, and I think sometimes in Mario Maker there are a lot of makers that just don't want to do that or have concepts that don't work well with that. With the idea of just letting the player have power-ups that are non-required from time to time. Or having pathways that are just there as alternatives. Yeah, very satisfying to engage with the blasters this way, though, just kind of going back and forth with it. Oh, totally missed that. Thanks for little moments like that as well, where the board is actually substantial. Yeah, the line here I think gives me a point of safety. I like that. That visual indication is kind of instantly useful in terms of telling me. I mean, not that I have a choice, I just get pushed here anyway, but on that side and this side, you actually have a visual indication from the seams between the semi-solids of where the blaster is going to travel. I didn't notice that in the previous rooms, but in this room it was actually useful to know it, so then that gives you a good sense of how to plan it from that point on. Yeah, as you can see, it actually is a consistent scheme by the looks of it. I like how the coins also gave me a good idea of the safe landing here, even when I was descending in a location where I couldn't see the floor. And it's a very Bowser's Castle to have the fire bar set up like that as well. And the one up. Nice slow jumps here, and then we are going to collect some coins. Just for fun. Alright, let's tap this. Tap this. And let's continue. And yeah, Wendy's just going to do her thing. We probably should have just gotten into spin jumps generally. That would have been much safer given our positioning. I mean, it's very predictable and readable positioning, but we still need to be relatively careful about it. But yeah, just doing spin wall jumps allows me to stay relatively safe in shell form. Just to avoid potential mishaps and to give me the opportunity to just bounce on her if necessary. So, there we go. That went a lot better. And here is a mushroom and nothing worth checking up top. Okay. Through the pipe we go. More question blocks that indicate to me that there probably was something like a conditional flight item, perhaps a propeller or squirrel. Actually, given the wall cling, I'm guessing squirrel. That we just, unless it's a PAL block or something here. No, I think we just straight up missed it due to not keeping power-ups. So much for the 1-ups for Endless. Okay. Thanks for the GG though, let's do the other two. Just continue to your profile here. Supernova, welcome. And yeah, it's just the most recent 3. Iggy's easy peasy passage. This easy and speedrun friendly fortress is full of secrets. Once again, 3 big coins. And Astroy, who's a bit of a boss obsessive, having optimized this one as well. Iggy's easy peasy passage. Very ominous looking skulls up top. Okay. Yeah, Supernova, hope you're doing well. I know you've been running quite a few building streams recently. And hope you've been enjoying your time in this game. But yeah, I really don't feel like Mario Maker has run out of steam by any means, but let's be careful with the drag here as the platformers take me nice and low. Your mother got you a Splatoon amiibo without knowing what an amiibo was. That's fantastic. She knows you're into the squid. Is it that obvious to the people around you? I don't think most of the people I am acquainted with in real life even know what Splatoon is, in spite of the fact that it is reasonably huge. But the people I know outside of... well, outside of Twitch specifically, but also just my video game interactions online, I think generally skew a bit older when it comes to their Nintendo exposure, so... I mean, a lot of them just wouldn't really know... not even Xenoblade, like even something like Pikmin either. I wouldn't be too familiar with. Oh, totally missed that. Icentrix. Yeah, it's great that your mother will take notice of your interests like that. Maybe next year she can get you an undercover brella. I feel like I'm supposed to maybe throw a shell here or something. No, I'm supposed to jump it. There we go. And this, yeah, I'm supposed to have a flight item here if I were actually playing diligently and keeping my power-ups, unless I wall jump my way up. Okay. Works too. I'm totally going to blow this right before the checkpoint. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. You know, Electrodude, I bet you get such a kick out of it every time in Xenoblade 3 when Uni is saying something like, "For Spark's sake." I know you're a big Uni fan as it is, like even without that. Being at people kind of being attuned to your interests. You didn't even think of that. Well, you've thought of it now. Yeah. Anyway. No, Uni is fantastic. Absolutely the life of the party. Okay, that yellow pipe looks like it's totally for Propeller or Squirrel to traverse, had I actually collected power-ups at this point. I don't think it... maybe it's an exit, but it looks more like a flight entrance than it does an exit. I feel like I should explore some more just to see, though. But with the lack of a flight power-up on my part, I feel like I probably won't get too far. Oh, no, yes we will. Traditional logic here. Okay, mushroom. Yeah, I love the way you dealt with the ceilings, by the way, in terms of just completing these columns with the skull. Because in terms of disguising mushroom platform pillars, once they reach the ceiling, this is quite a nice aesthetic solution to that. Always something that people have to fuss with if it's going to be within the player's camera view, so... I guess there's probably nothing to the right, is there? I am so tempted to check. I guess without something like a squirrel... chances of survival are very low. Anyway, we've got the checkpoint. We feel invincible because we had a checkpoint, but moreover because we had the mushroom. Now, we will never know what this power-up was, if it was in fact progressive. Unless, of course, we go backwards, do the yellow pipe segment again, and come back for that power-up just to see. Which we will do, because that is what recklessness is all about. Unless, oh no, this is also a mushroom. We can do this one. That could have gone better. Let's do it again. Just to maybe rush this a little too much. Just to see what the power-ups are doing. Maybe see more of what you put into this level. I mean, there's certainly power-up related bonuses that we've not really been engaging with, so... Okay, what is this? Squirrel, excellent. Now you're playing with power. Look at that. There's even something up top, clearly. Anyway. And we'll even come up here. The amount of freedom that you have as a squirrel. Especially when wall clings are everywhere, and you even get the 30 coin. And this pipe. Which will take you where? 50 coin? Yeah, we can probably do that. Just boost into it. Recklessly. Nice little bonus room. making use of full vertical extent of your available space. Nothing over here, obviously, but we'll check these things anyhow. I think that accounts for all of the optional coins. Oh, nope. I guess we'll have to fight them on the ground instead. Yeah, pretty good use of the platforms to just put in a little bit of complexity to a shell movement. We've seen this kind of thing in a lot of Koopaling fights before, but it is popular because it is effective. This is Aegis Cook. We are catching up on a very recent set. Oh, and we lost a squirrel, so we can't even get this thing at the end. We can look at more info afterwards. So we did lose out on a bonus at the very finish, which is unfortunate, but that's what happened last time as well. So. Okay, Morton's Doghouse. Oh yeah, we wanted to look at more info. And yeah, just some one-ups in those blocks, I bet, at the very end above the goal axe. Okay, one more here, and then we'll see if we have time for any more levels after that, but we're probably going to wind down relatively soon. We might do one more at the end, but we got through a pretty significant amount of backlog today, so I'm quite happy with how we've been doing. Only those who master the spin jump will best Morton Jr. and his doggies. Amazing how influential that choice of giving Chain Chomp's a Bow Wow effect was. I think that was already in as early as SMB3 when Chain Chomps were introduced. And I guess that was partly reinforced by Link's Awakening as well, when the Chain Chomp was just the guard dog, but very insightful in some ways. That Nintendo just made that connection behaviorally, and it stuck. I guess, yeah, with dogs being on a leash, Chain Chomps being on a leash, makes sense to make them bark. Anyway, let's take a look. Pretty new upload, this one, I think. Morton's Doghouse. Yeah, this little setup here with the Chomps right at the lava level, bound like that. We've seen that in slightly more lethal context before. Levels that are not quite as gentle. And it is very effective. Once again, very good use of the doodads to signal that there is safe ground down below. I don't actually know if other people in Mario Maker call them these decorative elements doodads. I call them that because that was always the term for them in the Warcraft and Starcraft editors. For exactly the same thing, like just the purely aesthetic elements that make ground tiles interesting. And it was the same there as well, that it was specifically the ground tiles in many cases. An unfinished MMC level with a similar mechanic. Yeah, I'm trying to think of who... I mean, I played this kind of mechanic a few times. I think there was a pretty memorable one of Bufflin's that did that, and a couple other ones as well. But yeah, pretty popular way of using chomps to just kind of bury them at the bottom level of lava or poison. You can do a lot with it, which is why I think it remains interesting. And having these dangling seesaws here held in suspension attracts. Okay, here's something. One up. Yeah, I love how they are kind of anchored here by the hard blocks as well. That's nice attention to detail, as always. Also because they give you a good sense of where it is safe to fall, once again. So, very important to use visual cues like that. And easier than people think. Like, entity-wise, all you need is just a seesaw as your platform, and then kind of have them held in suspension by these tracks, and costs you nothing just to give the player some visual guidance for where to fall down. Alright, let's see this. Okay, there we go. That was surprisingly readable. And here we go. Chomp timing is pretty generous to me here. Oh, and this guy's going to chase. Ah, it's a long swamp. Okay, let's see. That makes sense. You've heard many people on Twitch mentioning do moms to you. Must be something similar. Yeah. Yeah. Unless they're orphaned, of course. You've never heard the word doodad. Okay. I don't have the definition bot running today because I had to shut it off earlier because I was having too many technical errors on stream and I was trying to mitigate them. But no. I know for sure that the reason that I refer to them as doodads. 50 coin looks like I need a flight item for it. Or need to drag a chomp over there with a thwomp. No, the reason I call them doodads on the ground tiles is definitely because of the StarCraft or Warcraft editors. No question about that. Yeah, I don't think that 50 coin is happening, unfortunately. We'll come over here. Document, we caught up on 2 of your older levels earlier in the stream. I had quite a good time with that. In the all-new soup special. Middle-aged soup at this point. In console generational terms. Yeah, you love traditional levels like this with creative mechanics. Yep. And as I was saying earlier to Agus Cook, in one of the other levels in this set, that it's nice when you kind of have that traditional style sense of player flexibility again, where, you know, you still have maker style mechanics, but you don't have that very claustrophobic sense of the maker being afraid that you'll break their level, where, you know, things will be kind of properly polished even if it takes a lot of work. And you kind of just trust the player to play like traditional Mario, and I think that sometimes is one of the things that is tricky about traditional design that is underrated or perhaps not discussed enough, is that, you know, you do kind of take a big risk by allowing the player to play traditionally and having that kind of power-up flow and having the flexibility of pathfinding and spacing. Instead of just having one very specific solution to each jump, the way that some complex mechanics often do demand. And yeah, this is an Aegis level. It is one of a new set of 3 so far that he's uploaded that are all Koopaling castles. He's been cranking out those Koopaling castles in the wake of the recent Zelda levels. And whoops. Totally need to watch the chomp timing here. And yeah, Document, enjoy the VODs. I certainly enjoyed the levels very much. They were kind of deep in my backlog, just things that I had inadvertently skipped over that also happened to fit this stream pretty well. And yeah, the controlled chomp movements are always nice as well. No doubt using the trampolines for the directional control to mitigate the RNG and also just to generally get them in a reliable position. Bobbing up and down, of course, is with No blocks or springs, you can do that. Just by constraining them in position. Yeah, quite a lot of variety to the chomp movements here. Now, I like how, even though, I mean, one of the things about player flexibility in a traditional level is that you are trusting them with the scrolling speed as well. Now, is this main path or side path? This looks like checkpoint, so it's side path, so we will obviously go back through the pipe to explore. Looks like there's quite a bit up there that we're not going to see yet. Let's scroll the camera back down if we can. Yeah, we need the camera to be a lot lower. Let's get this guy moving. Okay, that was really satisfying, despite the coins I missed. And the one-up I missed. And Nancy versus Nancy is giving me a party of 34. Very kind of you. We'll definitely stay on a bit longer. Chess Bunzo, welcome in as well. Hang on, Lecture Dude, you don't need the @ in name, I think. Although maybe I should get the bot to accept that as well. Alright, Nancy versus Nancy, thank you so much for bringing the audience over. Playing Alien Isolation, I hope that's been going well for you. I know of it, I don't really know much about the game myself though. We need to drag the clown card down here. Oh. And we need to stay on spins the whole time. If we headed to the wall, we would have been fine. And yeah, Chance Bunzo is a good friend of this stream. We actually know each other from the online Scrabble community. Okay, let's not drag Morton all the way up this time. Oh, yeah, we want to do spin jumps whenever possible, because we're going to run into a ton of trouble if we don't. Electrodude, you're going to welcome the party of 34 with sonnet number 35. Let's bring that up. We'll take a quick break here to welcome everybody in the only way we know how. One moment while we bring up the reading screen and the reading itself. Okay, so this is our channel's classic point reward. William Shakespeare, sonnet number 35. No more be grieved at that which thou hast done. Roses of thorns and silver fountains mud, clouds and eclipses stain both moon and sun, and loathsome canker lives in sweetest bud. All men make faults, and even I in this, authorizing thy trespass, would compare. Myself corrupting, salving thy amiss, excusing thy sins more than thy sins are. For to thy sensual fault I bring in sense, thy adverse party is thy advocate, against myself a lawful plea commence. Such civil war is in my love and hate, that I an accessory needs must be to that sweet thief, which sourly robs from me. And yeah, you get a sonnet, everybody gets a sonnet. Okay, let's continue. And thank you for the reward redemption once again, Electrodude. Alright, let's grab that power up and let's remember this time to spin. Yeah, so everybody who came in with the raid, we are actually kind of nearing the end of the stream, but I'll probably stay on for at least one more level just to give folks a bit of content to watch. And, oh. Yeah, once again, we need to hit Morton on target. So I am mainly a Mario Maker streamer and have been for quite some time. We chat with makers about level design here, and that's what we do most of the time, but I am from a tournament Scrabble background as well, which is how I know Chess Bunzo elsewhere on the Twitch community. And we do a lot of other games as well, mostly Nintendo, because that's what I know, but with a couple of other diversions from time to time. That chomp totally shifted out of the way for me. Chess Bunzo, best sonnet reader on Twitch. Very kind of you. There are definitely a few others. Even within Mario Maker, in fact, I can think of at least 2 other people who do sonnets. Totally independently from me. I don't think we're copying each other or anything. It's just something we all took to doing. It's good, of course, because they have a controlled length. You can't just pick a broad selection of any poem and wind up doing the entirety of Coleridge's Rhyme with the Ancient Mariner or something. At least not in the middle of a Mario level. Maybe as a larger point rewards him. Oh, I missed a spin. Yeah, once we bop him, we need to head back towards the wall. Or in that case, on the 3rd hit, we should have just gone straight for the clown car. That really should have been the case. And so yeah, Nancy versus Nancy. Hope you had an excellent stream. Yes, if Alien Isolation has been treating you well. Did I ever finish Return to Monkey Island? I did, yes. It went really smoothly, actually. I think puzzle-wise, I only really had 2 serious roadblocks. One in part 1 and one in part 2. And you might have been around for both of those. But after that, everything fell into place really quickly. I did accidentally trigger the end credits because I found an alternate ending before I found a main ending. But that's the only thing. Yeah, so we got to be careful of the middle chomp here. The middle chomp is mobile, and... okay, here's Morton. Okay. There we go. Into the clown car. And I'm sure the floor below the chomps does prevent the clown car from being inaccessible if we should happen to drop it inadvertently. We will not have access to Yoshi, I'm afraid, because we don't have flight. But for Yoshi, he will not be rescued. Luca, welcome. Your first playthrough and your first horror game, okay. So were you starting it around Halloween then, or just on a whim? Decided that that would be a fun thing to do. Watching Nancy versus Nancy play that game is better than a horror movie. Yeah, I find that a lot of horror Twitch tends to be. It's a much more empathetic experience in many ways. Okay, thank you for the GG. We'll do at least one more, and I'll try to make it something substantial. Let me look around in my codes. I actually have a pretty good idea of what to choose. But we'll probably have to go after the next one. So let me just check. And we'll spin it up. And once again, I will share the code in chat. Once I punch it in and verify that I have it down correctly. Okay, here we go. So this will probably be the last one we do today. And it's Lukewarm Lava Wave Lake. This is actually a very recent creation. A recent upload by Samuel from earlier this month. Unused superworld level.jpg apparently. Very descriptive. Since Luca came in as well, I guess this is not to be confused with a Luca level. It's just a lukewarm level. But let's see what it is. It's going to be more of the castle theme as well, by the looks of it. Electro Dude, you gotta run off? Yeah, have fun. And get yourself that win for your birthday. Okay, so we can't quite make it up top yet, or maybe we can if there's a triple jump. Samuel is known to sometimes have optional triple jump shenanigans that I totally can't do. Oh yeah, this is just a semi-solid too. You can totally just jump up into it the easy way. Checkpoint right away. Oh, look at this.
Oh no!
Fire bars everywhere. Also, we can totally go up the left side with the screen edge wall jump that we saw in an earlier level, but we're going to get a pig for our efforts. Yeah, gonna be a lot of wall jumping today.
Oh no!
That was maybe not the pattern I wanted. Nancy, you gotta run too? Yeah, thank you for bringing everybody in, and get a good night's sleep. Dream of aliens and isolation, or perhaps not. Maybe that's horrifying.
Oh,
Okay, let's find a pattern here. There's going to be a pattern that I need, and we haven't determined what that is going to be just yet, but it will be towards the coin to the left, towards the fire bar at a certain time. I'm going too early for sure. I think I need to wait for a different cycle. It's definitely going to be wall jumps back towards the Goomba. I think it has to be. But I need to find the timing for it. It's not going to be this. Probably will dream of it, and that's the problem. Okay, dream of something else then. Alright, let's follow this bar. The long bar comes in like this stuff. There's definitely something to this pattern we haven't seen yet. What's the length here? 55 seconds, okay. After that bar sweeps. Yeah, narrow window of opportunity perhaps. I'm trying to find it. We want to be on the right side when the upper bar sweeps in. Let's see where we're going. No, too soon. Much too soon. Let's try to find it. There we go. That's perfect. Whether I can replicate it is a different question. But we found it. That's what's important. Whoa. Oh, no, 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 no. Just totally missed a wall jump there up to the on-off switch. You couldn't quite get into alien isolation, too much trial and error. Yeah, it's one that controls in first person, right? I don't tend to do first person 3D very well. Unless I'm confusing it with a different alien game. In general, I don't do 3D well. We need to just slip here. We don't want to jump. We just want to slip down below. Twirl to adjust position, maybe. We don't want to go that fast. We want to wait for one cycle, I think. That seems unusual. I think we probably can go fast. Yeah, we can just go straight away. That's much easier. We just weren't going fast enough previously. That's much more intuitive. Timing here works a lot better, too.
Oh no!
Fire bars everywhere. Yeah, gotta be really quick. And if you're really quick, then the timing just works. No need to fuss about watching out for it. Okay. Spin on the bomb. Nice, except I missed the question block. Watching too many things at once. The piranha plant on that side as well. Oops. Regarding Monkey Island, you got really stuck with having to put the license in the picture frame with the accountant. Really? Okay,
Oh no!
that's interesting. I guess because that one's fairly flexible depending on the pictures you've collected. I really enjoyed that solution, actually.
Oh no!
That one. In general, though, I was really pleased with Chapter 4. Kind of had the openness of Monkey Island 2 Chapter 2, but... or Part 2, rather, but... without as much of the inventory matching element that gradually overwhelms you. You know, I thought the kind of sub-puzzles were contained in a pretty intuitive fashion.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, someone had mentioned to me that there are apparently some alternate solutions to the game. I have not gone back to it to really check yet, but it would be interesting to see what possibilities exist. There are a lot of different possible ending cutscenes, in fact. I had a sense that would be true, given that I accidentally triggered a non-standard ending. But there's actually a lot more variation. I think there are 10 different variations, I think, of the ending scene, depending on your actions in the final area.
Oh no!
That the game will actually respond to what it is you do. Not over the course of the whole game, but just over the course of the ending. Because different players will make different choices there, I suppose. No, I was totally kind of stumped early on because I just had a bit of a case of tunnel vision for something that I was sure was the solution. Where the thing that you need the carnivorous plant for in part 1, I was sure was actually supposed to be Stan's toothbrush because the toothbrush had been mentioned, and so I spent so long thinking, well, how do you get into Stan's hut to get the toothbrush? And it turned out to be completely the wrong way to think about it. And yeah, that was a one and only time that I wound up using the contextual hint system. I generally don't like taking hints, but I'm glad that a smart hint system exists. There was previously a one that Ron Gilbert had built for Thimbleweed Park as well, I think, which I also didn't use, but also respected, because I think with the adventure genre, you know, people are going to look up guides and solutions, but if they're going to do it, you might as well give him a way to do it that responds to their actual needs without giving them so much information that they feel spoiled, right? Where they feel like they have just enough of a nudge to work with without accidentally reading ahead. And it's something you're not going to do on an internet search on your own, but which the game is able to react to because the game is the only thing that actually knows with total accuracy what your state is. What you have done and what you haven't. Not the muncher here. We need to go for the coin. No, we need to kick the bomb to the right so we have the bomb to step on the second jump. Okay, I get it. So yeah, I feel like things like the contextual hint system have reached a very high level of design sophistication. So yeah, it's going to be 2 bomb kicks, but we need to not be positioned so far to the left that we missed a question block on the way over. Okay, up we go. No, bomb went the wrong way once again. And yeah, because the first 2 sessions I had with Monkey Island were spread out by enough too that because I had been inactive from my save file for enough days, it also gives you a little recap where Guybrush tells Boybrush what you had done in the game up to that point, just to get you back on track. So there are a bunch of little contextual conveniences like that that were very well thought out, which most players might not even see. Whoops. And so yeah, Chessmundo, if you want to see the rest of my playthrough just to see how I approach some things, I do still have the VODs permanently available in my archive. It's under my Twitch collection somewhere. I can also just send that to you if you have trouble finding it, because I know the organization of my Twitch VODs is a total disaster. Whoops. So much content I've saved for my own reference, which I just haven't properly organized. There we go. Finally. Nice landing with a squirrel. Pretty satisfying to do that. Oh, no. Not satisfying to do that. We messed that up at the last moment. Totally trivial jump there, too. Alright, let's go. And let's go here. We'll slip in. Same thing as before. Now here's the bomb jump. That's been the main problem. It's not accidentally ground pound this time. Last time we managed to salvage that, just barely. There we go. Actually aiming properly for once. And I'm going to be given the squirrel suit in this area, which tells me I've got to run. And then refresh the bounce, perhaps. Nope, we're a little too far along. Can run up top, but that's not going to help me when we need to get there as Big Mario. We do need the squirrel power up, so I think this is an SD lock and I am dead. Yeah, because I just can't get through. So, squirrel is required here. And yeah, no, we need to boost and then just glide forward. Then here we bounce on top of the bones once they spawn, and then do the wall cling up to the left. Okay. Yeah, I can see why Samuel wanted to cut this from his super world if he had concerns about the readability. Some of it... Just take a moment. Also notice the note block to the right. It sort of implies that you need to do a shell kick. I'm not exactly sure. You plan to go to Albany for New Year's and Crescent City. Well, have fun with those. I will not be able to attend, unfortunately, but I'll be following the streaming content from home as best as I can. Yeah, no, my tournament travel has been pretty severely curtailed over the past year or so. Whoops, no, we can't kick that, I guess.
Oh no!
I'm hoping to play some more events. But, yeah, we got the bounce. Why didn't we reactivate the boost and the glide? Let me think about that. We did something wrong here. Hit the shell. doing something wrong. No, we only want to hit that once, but then we boost with a coin and then jump up to the wall, and then jump off the wall, perhaps. To get the glide going properly. Oh, whoops. No. Alright, let's try it again. Okay, now we glide this way. No, that's not right. I'm supposed to glide all the way down, I think, but there's something I am not triggering, perhaps. You definitely needed forward glide to get ahead of that.
Oh no!
We need to think about how this is going to work. Let's see. Because I kicked the shell. Wow, we got another raid. Chess WC, welcome. Hope you had a good Mario Maker session today. And welcome in.
No!
We're actually going to be wrapping up relatively soon here. This is likely the last level I'm playing today, but we will be back with fewer levels tomorrow. And let's just figure out the rest of this one. Yeah, so today we've been commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Wii U, and therefore New Super Mario Bros. U. Yeah, we just twirl our way down. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, welcome.
Oh no!
Very happy to have the chess raid. And so I've just been playing some levels from a personal list that are all in the NSMBU theme. Recognition of that. Okay. Now, why aren't we allowed to just go up top with a squirrel suit? Wouldn't that be easier? Because it looks like the squirrel can actually go over. Yeah, we need to not trigger the glide on the first fall towards the Koopa. I think that's the issue that I'm running into. Okay, because I'm nowhere near position I need to do that. Okay, I see. Boost doesn't get me nearly high enough. That makes sense. And then you run into this issue here instead. Yeah, and you can't actually enter that pipe, obviously. Let's figure it out. But yeah, the stream over here is going well. I'm glad to hear that yours was fun as well. Like I said, we're going to be winding down relatively soon, but still certainly appreciate the sudden audience intake right here at the end. And of course, for all I know, I could be stuck on this one for a while, so... Yeah, the levels have been very high quality across the board today. Maybe we're supposed to do the wall jump off the red pipe here? That doesn't sound right. We're definitely not doing the glide correctly. I feel like I was supposed to get significantly higher bounce. Perhaps off the Koopa walking over to the note block and going up. Arrows are my friends. Are they really? And we don't eat our friends. Whoops. Yeah, up the diagonal, right? And then go up the diagonal. And then on the dry bones, and then onto this guy.
Oh no!
What are we missing here? Let's take a look. Okay, no, the Koopa is bound to a single muncher. The Koopa is not going to walk around, he's just going to be in that static location. Could that have gotten me over? I feel like that's not the intended path, though, right?
Oh no!
Maybe if we did a wall cling on some of these pipes. I'm missing something obvious. No, it's not going to be the wall cling. It doesn't give me the glide that I need.
Oh no!
Oddly enough, that actually gave me a pretty decent amount of height. Yeah, we're totally misreading something here, but we'll find out what it is. Yeah, so the shell totally does get kicked up, I think. I feel like we absolutely need the shell in order to have the extra boosting point at that coin location. And perhaps the arrow is telling me that I do need to kick the Koopa there. Because I was thinking about that note block the whole time and thinking, we've definitely got to get this shell up to the middle level, right? And the only way we'll do that is with a kick. And so perhaps we kick it and boost. And then that would give me a boost refresh once we step on, whoops, this guy again, once we center ourselves properly. So we have one landing, we have a second landing to kick him, and then we boost out of that, and then land on the coin location. Hey, what are you looking at? That works. I wonder what happens when we break this. Just for style points. Nothing happens when we break this. We're perfectly capable of doing so, in fact. That's not the way to do it. Oh, we totally could have done it, actually, if we damage boosted here. Unless there's a squirrel check on the other side, which I would actually kind of expect there is. We could have made it through the door, though, using that totally bogus method. Whoops, missed. Yeah, it's a fun concept. I can see why Samuel decided not to include it into Super World, but it is fun. It was a cut level, apparently. Oh, wrong way. But yeah, bobbing it to the right does give you a pretty good timing for getting on top of the shell for the second bounce. That would theoretically give me a pretty decent glide and retain a boost if I continue to the right side. And indeed, that is the time for the cheesy emote. Oh, whoops. Too far to the left.
Oh no!
Not the most elegant way to drop the thwomp either, so... Let's try it again. Wrong way. Try it again. There we are. Okay. Like I said, on-off doesn't really do anything, but we'll do it anyway in case it breaks something for fun. We can definitely do the wall cling to the right side here. Can also totally drop the thwomp, come back up, and spin jump on it. Oh, that was almost correct. Almost correct, actually. Because if we spin jump off the thwomp, we can then float over and then do a squirrel boost at the very end. I think that would work. I just want to see if I could potentially break something in the next room. That's what that's for. Okay, so we'll drop the thwomp again after the fire bars. Whoa, no. Not the most cooperative fire bars. Let's try it again. Nope. Totally doing everything the hard way here. The only way we know how. Okay. Yeah, sure, let's leave the on-off switch this time, just in case. Nope. Oh, totally lost a squirrel, too. Alright, so much for that. But I think it has to be a spin off the thwomp. In order to retain enough of a boost. Completely missed. We'll attempt it again. Oh no, that was a mess. Okay, let's try it again. No, completely missed it. We have the right idea, just very poor execution. Very typical experience. Okay, let's do this. Let's land. Let's run off. Nope. Oh, okay. I guess I just didn't gauge distance accurately. Fortunately, we will need the squirrel for this area here. Yeah, maybe we should do it the intended way so the timings actually line up properly. And just to see how it looks. Nope. Yeah, you're supposed to glide forward, land on a dry bones, boost up here to the wall.
Oh no!
I don't feel like there's a compelling reason to choose that route. Other than perhaps the firebar timing lining up more conveniently. Okay. Okay, landed properly there. And yeah, have a good night, Chess. And happy streaming to you as well. Oh, nope. Almost the right idea. The firebar timing was not ideal. And Sugar Falcon, I could do a segment on NPR about Mario Maker 2. You are not the first person to say that specifically. And in the past I've said, well, if somebody wants to persuade NPR to take me on, and if they think that there's interest in a Mario Maker program, sure, well, let's do it. It'll be the Mario Maker equivalent of Marion McPartland's Piano Jazz, which is one very historically notable NPR program that I can think of that immediately comes to mind. But yeah, if anybody has a connection to NPR and would like some Mario content there, I appreciate the recommendation. And even if you don't, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. They may get an email or two from you about this. Well, thank you. Very gracious of you. I think we just go directly down to the coin. And we'll drop the thwomp, spin wall jump off the thwomp, and hope the timing works out for the best. Look at that. Got it. Except now we actually have to fly. There we are. And as a completion, we totally cheesed it, but it was available, so we took it. K2 Hegemon, welcome. Alright, once again, thank you for the raids from both Nancy vs. Nancy and Chess WC, and for everybody who came in with you as well. That is unfortunately all I will have time for today, but we are going to be back tomorrow with viewer levels in approximately the same block. I typically start around 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern, and I think that would be... what is that? How many hours am I adding here? Add 6 hours. Yeah, that'll be 5 a.m. Central European time, now that everybody is off daylight hours. The contest is for puzzle levels that have a kind of dual layout to them. Thank you for the follow. It's called the Alternate Dimensions Puzzle Contest. It's hosted by the Mario Maker Puzzle Community Discord. So if you know people like Grakowski, for instance, that's the Maker crew in charge of that. And I will be playing those levels in December. Submissions are still open. It looks to be pretty interesting. And that's going to be some puzzle fun as we get closer to the holidays. That is, however, going to be all you'll see from me today, so I wish I could stay longer to keep all the raiders here company, but regardless, I hope your time here, however brief, was fun. And thank you again to the raiders, and I will have to pass on the favor by sending you to somebody else interesting. So just give me one moment while I look around. In the meantime, Thank you so much for watching, for joining me, whether you are old or new, from Mario Maker or not from Mario Maker. And yes, K2 Hegemon, today was the 10th anniversary. The 18th of November is the 10th anniversary of the Wii U and NSMBU in its original form. And yes, we are old. It's not new soup anymore. It's 10-year-old soup. And still tons of fun, so that's perfectly fine by me. Have a great night or morning, wherever you are, and a great weekend ahead of you. See you on viewer levels tomorrow if you want to come back and submit something. And thank you all for all the company as usual. So happy playing, happy making, above all, fare thee well.